justice, and mental health. Hamwe Festival exists to create a strong collaboration between health sectors and creative industries. My name is Caroline Numuhire, and I'm your host for today. We have, over the course of the last few days, had engagement, deep engagement around the theme of mental health, social justice, and arts. We explored how different health experts, especially mental health practitioners, are using art as a tool of healing. We also learned from artists who are contributing to greater mental health outcomes. The opening ceremony has set a tone to what this festival is designed to offer, and I hope that you are meeting your expectations. Your voices as an audience is part of all conversations, and we hope you continue to send us your questions, reflections, and thoughts using the hashtag #AskHamwe. We're going to be monitoring all the questions that you're going to be sending us. So yesterday was a deep conversation that was focusing on how can we continue to build mental health systems. And we had a very interesting conversation on the particular case of Rwanda, but also we heard from experts from across the globe, sharing their insight and their expertise. And today we will be focusing our day on the sub-theme of decolonization of mental health and the role of arts. Our various panelists and artists will continue to share their experiences and take on these topics, and we want to hear your opinions as well. So although the COVID has happened and we can't be together here in Kigali, you engaging with us feels like we are having a soft victory over this pandemic. And as the host, I have the privilege of knowing that we are preparing behind the scene, and I promise you that we have very exciting performances as part of today's agenda as well. And talking about today's agenda, we're going to be diving into a conversation around the colonization of mental health. We're going to be continuing the open spaces that we opened on day 2 of the festival, and digital exhibitions and mental health projects. We'll have a conversation with Mary Bitta around the Difu Simo campaign. We're also going to be having a session with the Rwandan singer Kaya. Later on during the day, we'll be having a conversation on decolonization from public spaces to intimate places with a conversation with Sethembile, Msezane. Then we'll have a final conversation called Colonial Legacies in Our Minds through performances. And of course, we'll be hearing from the closing remarks from different people who are part of our guests. As a reminder, this festival is organized and powered by the University of Global Health Equity. It is supported by the Wellcome Trust, Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and Hangat. So we're going to be kicking off the day with the first performance by Dr. Ndejuru, with whom we had a conversation yesterday. But before that, let me introduce her again. Dr. Ndejuru is a psychotherapist, psychodramatist, and a theater practitioner. Her practice examines the transdisciplinary relational research creation strategies, how they can open pathways to wellness, emancipation, and finding one's voice in a post-colonial context of genocide, war, organized violence, and exile. Lisa works with survivors of large-scale political violence to create accessible, non-medicalized, scalable strategies for healing and change. Let's listen to her.
For the past 15 years, I've been working with stories and storytelling in many different ways. And today I want to give you a glimpse into the Story Places photo project I started with my husband a few years ago. We listen to stories and memories of the past and listen for important places in them, and then we take pictures of those places as they are today. We would like to grow this project beyond our immediate family and are open to collaborations. So if ever this is something you'd like, please get in touch. The photos are of seemingly ordinary places, but each image holds multiple stories and multiple layers within each story. I can't tell you all of the stories, but since we're talking about decolonization, mental health, and intergenerational transmission, I wanted to bring you the story of the one photo that started our journey, the photo of Gisuna, the sunny field. So my grandfather was assassinated on March 27th, 1962, when my father was still a teenager. Why? Because he had mocked Rwanda's newly independent government for confusing democracy with identity politics. And he did his mocking in public to protest the way he and people like him were being forced to show support for things they did not believe in. Two men came for him at the house of a friend where he had found refuge. They took him outside and they shot him 3 times. His family never saw him again, and it is said that his body was thrown into a field. That field. As a teenager coming of age in Canada decades later, I would struggle with identity and belonging. I was furious with the grandfather I never knew. I wanted him to explain the violence and the hatred that kept washing over our families and our communities. I blamed colonization, Christianization, displacement. Our traditions were nearly gone, I cried. Our youth feel lost. Why did you believe that their God was better than ours? When they heard this, my parents were shocked at my ignorance and invited Mutware Rwanda to stand in for my grandfather and answer some of my questions. Rwanda and my grandfather had been friends. Listening to him that first time settled something inside of me and helped me stand taller, but I didn't remember exactly what he said. And so years later, I would go back to interview him and listen properly. People like Witwatersrand and my grandfather were called the moderns, les évolués. They went to European-style schools, became Roman Catholics, and were trained to be colonial administrators. Witwatersrand was also one of the 5 men Mwami Rudahigwa chose to sit on a council and advise him in those really turbulent times before independence. Witwatersrand told me many times that your generation doesn't know colonization. You don't understand what it is. He reminded me that back in those days, Rwanda, the country, did not exist. Burundi did not exist. The whole thing was a territory called Rwanda, Urundi, and Bujumbura was our capital. The nations existed, he said. The customary traditions were totally different and existed, but history was the occupation of the white man. In the days of the Germans, we were the population of German colonies with Tanzania and Namibia. When Germany lost World War I, Tanzania was entrusted to the English, Rwanda and Burundi to the Belgians. There still is a part of Burundi in Tanzania and a part of Rwanda in Congo and another in Uganda. Witwatersrand called those arbitrary amputations or decisions made elsewhere that we then had to live with, not us shaping our story. Witwatersrand told me that Mwami Musinga never thought that the colonial God was better than his own. He didn't believe their religion at all. He saw what these new teachings were aimed at, and Witwatersrand even said that most of his generation's parents, so my great-grandparents, didn't believe. They could see that the state and the priests were in collusion. So Witwatersrand remembers November 13th, 1931, the resident of Kigali and the administrator of Nyanza summoning Mwami Musinga to the Nyanza office and telling him, the Belgian king no longer trusts you. From this point on, you're no longer king. Because of your attitudes, you are an obstacle to the progress of Christians. Charlie waved his hands. You have to understand, he said, the king had about 30, 40 bapfumu that he regularly consulted with, bones and all, and they said how the country is going, how to run it. And a decree from Belgium said that was wronging the religion. And the next day they called Musinga and his son Rudahigwa and said, from this moment on, the king of the Belgians has invested Rudahigwa in being king of Rwanda. It wasn't us shaping our story. And this is important because our Rwandan community needs healing, and the wounds of history get in the way of our freedom and our capacity to reconnect with each other, with ourselves, and with our stories. Irish author Graham Dawson wrote that healing is working on the connections between the psychic and the social, the individual and the communal, the telling and the listening. And that art is a fruitful medium for connecting these dimensions. This is especially true when growing up in a family where things are not spoken, and breaking silence can feel like transgression. If this thing is never mentioned, maybe it's because it's dangerous. What happens if I speak it? Will I hurt somebody I love? We saw this with this young girl who was a daughter of a survivor of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. In 2011, Page Rwanda, the Montreal Survivor Association, started an interview with their children to see what they knew of the genocide and what they would like to know about it. So the children were aged from 7 to 18, and the interviewer, who was also a member of the community, she was herself a survivor, she was a school teacher, and really a community organizer. And she would visit the different families in their homes and interview the children. And I will always remember one of the little girls who had been very, very subdued until she realized that the interviewer was a survivor like her mom. And then her eyes rounded and her energy filled her, and she said, "You were there?" And the interviewer said, "Yes." "How was it?" she said. And the interviewer chuckled. "That's too broad a question. What do you mean?" And the child said, "Were you hungry? Were you cold?" In other words, she was asking, how did you survive? And the interviewer found this beautiful way to say, well, you know, back then we didn't know when it was going to end. We figured out one day at a time, a little bit at a time, and then it was the next day, and then another day, and so on, until it was over. The something really, really big and worrisome, the genocide, was made manageable and familiar again, in part because of what was said, but also how it was said, calmly and openly, with a smile. Nothing bad had happened, and asking the question, and the big round eyes drank the interviewer up. The little girl was quietly nodding along. Of course, big things, even impossible things like that, get done in smaller, manageable pieces, of course. So the question of what to say and when in relation to the children is very much alive in the survivor communities, especially when there are issues parents themselves have not yet worked through. Some people survived the genocide, but speak about themselves as though they had died with their loved ones, and others can't even go there yet. There's a very important and delicate balance to be heeded. It's important for us as a collective, as a community, to be able to hold both realities, the needs of those who lived the violence to work through it at their own pace, and the need for the younger ones not to be afraid to know or to ask. I love those stories and their lessons about silences and wounds. If pieces of our stories are missing and one person cannot answer, maybe another person has a story or a piece of a story for us. It's not a panacea, but when we are appeased, then we can release the energy spent on keeping difficult silences. That energy can then be used toward creating the lives we want for ourselves and the children. Gisuna, the place where my grandfather's body is said to have been thrown, is a metaphor for my work. Looking at the scene, no one can know what it represents unless they hear the stories. Something happened there in 1962, and my family's lives were changed forever. I became a psychotherapist to better understand and process my own journey and to serve my community. I chose art and collaborative creative practice with life stories to engage the political event or series of events that touched hundreds of thousands of lives across multiple generations and geographies. I feel like reducing the work to a one-on-one therapeutic relationship to work through trauma feels like the social, collective, and political dimensions of the experience are lost. Most therapeutic models presume the problem or the trauma to be within the patient's experience. I want to explore more ways to work intergenerationally with the stories and the silences, the places, the meanings, and the possibilities they hold. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lisa, and what a powerful story. And thank you for sharing your story and your journey. There's so much to unpack here. And hearing from how the colonial history is shaping the complexity of current times, and for the particular case of Rwanda, it has even contributed to the 1994 genocide. And it's really great to hear since yesterday actually about your journey and your work supporting survivors and amplifying healing. I think for me one of the biggest takeaway from this particular story is that silence doesn't heal. We have to know how to speak, when to speak. Of course, we have to respect every individual's pace, but speaking and sharing and being heard is part of the process. And the more parents open up about their wounds, the more they shape a space for children to learn how to speak about their issues, not only in the past, but also for the present, and also for the future. I think that we are now in a global culture where talking about good things is nice, but we are creating less and less platforms for people to be authentic and to share honestly, especially on things that hurt. And I hope that this festival is one of the conversations that are opening those spaces, that are allowing people to heal, that are allowing people to process. And for a population like Rwandan population, we even need more spaces like those. And I wanted to commend your work around this particular component of healing. And for some of our audience members who joined us today, Dr. Ndejuru shared more about her work during yesterday's conversation that we had with her. It's part of our yesterday video on day 4. So if you want to learn more about the experiences that they have shared throughout that conversation, please use that as a reference. So allow me to introduce our panel discussion of today. It's again the same lenses of colonization and decolonization, of our mindset, but also of our mental health. So today's conversation, decolonization of mental health, is around a theme of a topic of why Frantz Fanon is still relevant in 2020. So the session is inspired by Frantz Fanon's work addressing pathologies born of colonization. It will engage scholars, artists on the role, creativity, imagination, and culture play in challenging colonial legacies. It will be moderated by Sarah Agatoni, the wonderful moderator we had for yesterday's conversation. Over to you, Sarah. Thank you.
And welcome to this year's edition of the Hamwe Festival. Thank you, Caroline, and thank you for joining us today for a discussion on the decolonization of mental health. My name is Sarah Gatoni, and I will be facilitating a conversation with Garth Stevens and a panel with a curated list of artists and scholars. The theme this year is social justice and mental health. Under this theme, we're exploring the decolonization of medicine and public systems as a critical element of ensuring social justice in mental health systems. Almost 70 years ago, Frantz Fanon started discussing the many post-colonial concerns associated with race and cultural identity. Known as a key thinker on decolonization, Frantz Fanon shed a light on the pathological attachments of subjection created by the colonial environment. Despite the many years separating Frantz Fanon's first observations on the pathologies of the colonial environment to today, the need to decolonize remains relevant in the post-colonial era. Sectors of the society, such as education, transport systems, the functionalities of the modern economy at large, as well as health systems, are still affected by the legacies of colonialism. We will begin this conversation with Professor Garth Stevens and proceed with a panel discussion. Professor Garth Stevens is a professor and clinical psychologist at the University of Wits in South Africa. His research interests include foci on race, racism, and related social asymmetries. He is also interested in knowledge production, critical psychology, ideology, power and discourse, violence and its prevention, historical, collective trauma and memory, applied psychoanalytic theorizing of contemporary social issues, as well as masculinity, gender, and violence. He's published widely in these areas, both nationally and internationally. Welcome to the festival, Professor Stevens. Thank you for joining us.
Hi there, Sarah. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. So Professor Stevens, today we hope to engage you on, as mentioned, the topics of decolonization and mental health, specifically why thinkers like Frantz Fanon, who are known for linking colonization with mental health, how they remain relevant today. And so I'll begin with asking you to give a quick introduction of yourself and your work.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, firstly, thank you to the festival organizers and to the University of Global Health Equity for the invitation to be here. I really, really appreciate the possibility to be in conversation with all of you. And thank you also for the introduction around Fanon's work, because of course, Fanon is one of the key decolonial thinkers that we continue to turn to and that we continue to resurrect and recover his work. He was deeply influenced by people like Aimé Césaire, Jean-Paul Sartre. He was influenced by the work of Marxism and the work of negritude. And of course, he was also very critical of psychoanalytic work like Freud and Octave Manoni and so on. He was prolific in his short lifetime. But really focusing on the kinds of questions that you've already illuminated for us. And that is work on language, on culture, on alienation, on bodies, on symptoms in the body, on the colonization of the mind and institutionalized care for those in mental health institutions. And really bringing Fanon to some critical insights about the nature of mental health and its relationship to society. And in fact, the relationship between mental health and violence and colonization. So, you know, my work has really been interested in both race and violence. Coming from the background of South Africa, those have been two really important dimensions that have shaped South African society and are in essence also legacies of colonialism and coloniality that continue to find their resonances in South African society today.
Thank you, Professor Stevens, for that introduction. You mentioned that we keep resurrecting thinkers like Frantz Fanon. And so my first question to you would be, many people might understand colonization as something that happened a long time ago. In what ways, in your observation, are the legacies of colonialism present in our understanding and treatment of mental health?
Thanks. So I mean, I think it's a fascinating question, partly because, you know, when we think about decolonization today, we certainly connect this to what is commonly referred to as the decolonial turn. And people think about this as Caribbean writers and Latin American writers really starting to talk about decoloniality as a body of knowledge in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. But of course, we know that there's been a much larger lineage of decolonial thinkers that go back very deep into the 20th century, the early 1900s, the mid 1900s. We had people like Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, Nkrumah, Biko, Fanon, all talking about decoloniality at that time. And I suppose for me, the issue of decoloniality is really about trying to understand and be attentive to the ongoing legacies, the ongoing effects and consequences and resonances of decolonial or of coloniality in our contemporary lives. Because of course, coloniality continues to have resonances in contemporary life, particularly in countries, of course, that consider themselves to be post-colonial. The three dimensions, I suppose, that come to mind immediately are ways of thinking about decolonizing knowledge, decolonizing power, and then decolonizing the very way that we are being in the world, our subjecthood in some ways. And so when I think about knowledge and the decolonization of knowledge that's already been alluded to, of course, most of us are trained in a canon that is predominantly Western and Northern in orientation. And if we think about this, our understandings of mental illness come almost directly from Western and Northern canons. And there's very little about the way that we conceive of and understand and apprehend mental illness from local contexts in which we are embedded. The second is really the decolonization of power. And I think you've alluded to this already when you've spoken about ongoing relationships of hierarchy, ongoing relations, strategic relations of power. And of course, Fanon was very, very good at highlighting that ongoing relations of power had all kinds of nefarious effects on social inequality, and social inequality itself is a deep driver of mental illness. And so there is a need for us to tackle and be attentive to not only knowledge, but systems of power that continue to entrench modes of social inequality. Of course, the last is really the decolonization of being, or stated differently, the decolonization of the mind. Because of course, the very way in which we are constituted as human beings, as subjects, is often an artifact of a particular kind of understanding of what it means to be a subject or a human being that of course is almost always implicitly and sometimes explicitly appropriated from the global north in some ways. And again, I think that what we are talking about here when we're talking about a decolonization of being is really ensuring that we are not alienated from ourselves as individuals, we are not alienated from each other as collectives, and we are certainly not alienated from history, from memory, and from culture.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. So you mentioned culture, and as early as the 1960s, Fanon offered an understanding of mental illness as being influenced by society as well as culture. Today, psychosocial factors are recognized as determinants of health. In your line of work, have you observed trends towards recognizing or intervening on the societal factors affecting individual mental health?
So again, I mean, I think that's important to recognize here is that of course there is a recognition of the way that social factors impact on health and mental health. There's been a great deal of work, certainly since the 1800s and the early 1900s, and then much more sharply in focus in the mid 1900s on social epidemiology, for example. And social epidemiology really looks at patterns of illness and health or ill health that cuts across society's demographics differently depending on your levels of advantage or disadvantage. The important thing is whether we can use social epidemiology today to act to reduce social disparities in health. So for example, we know that people of color and certainly poorer Black people across the world have higher rates of diabetes. And the question is why this is the case. So you may very well say that actually poor Black people across the world tend to eat less nutritionally valued foodstuffs. But the question is whether we can act to intervene on that social epidemiological information to actually reduce disparities, for example, related to poverty. And for me, that there is still some disjuncture between much of the work that we do there and the actual actions that we are engaged in on the ground. COVID-19 has been a great example. It's very clear that poor Black people of color across the world have been disproportionately affected by this. There are higher rates of morbidity, there are higher rates of mortality, there are higher rates of anxiety and depression associated with this. And that disproportionality, of course, needs to be acted on. The question is whether we can think beyond the individual internalist notions of intervention to be thinking much more carefully about things like social grants. Can we be thinking about guaranteed employment in this moment? Is there a different way of thinking about social distancing and non-pharmacological interventions that really take into account local context? Beyond that, I have to say that much of the work that we've always conceived of is either being done through a kind of mental health paradigm or a health paradigm that is very much premised on a patient-practitioner relationship. It's very seldom that we think about this as much broader scale community interventions. How do we scale these up to larger communities, to societies at large? How do we think about those interventions that don't require language in a one-to-one therapeutic environment? How do we think about arts-based interventions that are, for example, much more visceral in their orientation and don't require language in the same way as a kind of core foundational element of intervening? And so I think that there's much work that has been done on trying to map the relationship between mental illness and social factors, but I'm not convinced that we've gone far enough on that. And it seems to me that one of the things for health practitioners and mental health practitioners is to think beyond the kind of traditional therapeutics into much more advocacy type work and activist work in communities to reduce disparities associated with coloniality.
Thank you for that answer, Professor Stevens. And speaking of language, we understand that one of the legacies of colonialism is the adoption of new languages and the alienation of colonized people from their native languages. Fanon recognized language as an important aspect of culture and identity. It is vital to how individuals participate in society. You mentioned health practitioners. It's vital to how people access care, how they understand and explain their health. In what ways do you think language facilitates or hinders our interactions with mental health systems?
Thanks, Sarah. I think many of us who work in the context of the humanities, the social sciences, the arts today would probably be supportive of the idea of multilingualism or translanguaging, and that one really thinks about language as being a crucial cultural resource for most people. And I want to just highlight two elements of language and its relationship to mental health in particular. The first is that I think language is critical to mental health, partly because language structures our experiences of the world. For those of you who've done any work in linguistics or discourse analysis and so on, you will know that language is the mechanism through which we make sense and we convey that sense and understanding to the world when we are articulating an experience of the world. In other words, language is not only crucial to apprehending and understanding and conveying experience, but because experience is so central to constituting who we are, language is critical to structuring ourselves. It is critical to structuring the subject, him or herself. And so when one then thinks about the centrality of language in dealing with mental health, language itself is implicated in whether it is that we have access to knowing ourselves sufficiently or conveying ourselves sufficiently to others or not, in other words. And so language is a central feature of the constitution of the self. Without language, it is deeply difficult, in fact, to be constituted as a subject in totality. Now, I say this partly because when we are forced to rely on different languages, when we're forced to adopt and appropriate different languages that are not our mother tongues, our home languages, we force ourselves to convey an experience that is only partial. We can only ever then convey an experience that is partial. Most of us will know that where we have a mother tongue, and in fact, where we try to code switch into another language, that in fact, it's very difficult to sometimes articulate things in a different language. There's not always the tools and the resources to be able to convey what it is that we really are trying to convey. And so we can never really convey a full appreciation of ourselves to others, and others are unlikely to fully understand us. Now, this becomes critical in the context of trying to assist people with mental illness, because of course you need to be able to have a common platform in which through which to understand. The second point I wanted to make about language here is really about people who find themselves in the healthcare professions today. And there's a critical issue around health communications research, of course. And we know that increasingly health communications research shows us that, that conversing in mother tongue, for example, is critical to not only understanding the nature of the illness that is being under scrutiny, that is being attended to in some ways, but is also critical to health outcomes. If people cannot understand each other, and they cannot understand what it is that is at the foundational basis of an illness, a mental illness in this instance, it becomes extremely difficult to manage. And health communication research will tell us as well that language is critical in these spaces.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Professor Stevens. And now, going back to Fanon, who is a known critic of colonial psychiatry, Fanon wrote about the pathologization of people living under colonialism. The theory, for instance, that, I quote, the Algerian was born a criminal, was taught at universities for more than 20 years. And as a researcher on the topics of racism and knowledge production, in what ways have institutions of knowledge production moved towards inclusivity, and what remains to be done?
Thanks. I mean, again, I think it's a great question in the context of the world that we find ourselves in today. And I say that partly because, of course, racialization and racism seems to be on the resurgence in the world today. I say it's on the resurgence in the world today because you see this in the likes of Jair Bolsonaro, you see it in the likes of Donald Trump, you see it in the likes of Marine Le Pen, Geert Wilders, really re-evoking ideas of anti-immigrants, xenophobia, white supremacy, race, etc. And so I think this is a moment for us to be really, really mindful of what Fanon was saying about racialization and its relationship to mental health. That race, in some ways, and racialization, racism, is at the core of mental health challenges for many, many across the world today. So when you ask a question about inclusion and inclusivity, I think that there are many moves afoot to be more inclusive, but I think that we live in perilous times. I think that we live in perilous times around the rise of neoconservatism, around the rise of new forms of racism that I think will be fundamentally related to further forms of alienation and mental health. I want to give you an example or two, you know, and this comes from people in the world of mental health. Marian Herstein wrote a book called The Bell Curve in the early, probably about 20 years ago. And it was really about race and intelligence all over again. They were really making the argument that actually people of color were 10 to 15 points lower on any IQ scale. And they did this under the guise of science. Bruce Gilley, a couple of years ago as an anthropologist, wrote a paper called The Case for Colonialism, where he really argued that colonization was good. Those of you who know anything about mental health and psychology will know these two names, Jordan Peterson and Steven Pinker, who've both written increasingly on the relationship between intelligence and race, and have argued that somehow race and intelligence are connected again. Now, I raise this because what we're starting to see is the deeply, deeply unwelcome return of race science in our midst. And I think this is a moment to be deeply concerned about the kind of rise of ethnicism, identity politics, and race science. And many institutions are challenging this, but I think that we need to be much more careful about this if we are to be more inclusive and to be mindful of Fanon's injunctions about the relationship between race and mental illness.
Thank you, Professor Stevens. As we wind down, I will ask you to please summarize in the context of mental health. You've spoken about language and race and violence and how these affect mental health systems. So if you could please summarize, why do you think Frantz Fanon is still relevant in 2020?
So my sense is that Fanon's not going to be relevant today only. I think he's probably going to be relevant for many, many decades to come. And I'll just highlight 4 quick points about this. I think that what Fanon did was, he was brilliant in identifying the nature and the effects of coloniality and colonial violence and its relationship to mental health. It was one of the earliest kind of expositions on how it is that social factors and social systems can be critical in incubating mental illness in populations. So this is something really important today still. The second is that I think that the social dimensions of illness that he highlighted included things like exploitation, oppression, inequality, gender disparities, poverty, class, and so on. And I think, again, a world that is becoming increasingly uneven, this is critical to understanding mental health. Of course, it should not be, a surprise to us that Fanon wrote carefully on the question of race, identity politics, ethnicities, etc. And again, I think this is something to be taken seriously in a world in which one sees the resurgence of right-wing neoconservatism and racism all over again. And then lastly, I think what Fanon really encourages us to do is to rethink the nature of knowledge and understanding of mental illness completely. I think he's asking us to turn it on its head in some ways. He's asking for us to think about what it is that we can do from the positions that we are located in. How can we generate new knowledges from the locales that we find ourselves in, the communities and the societies that we find ourselves in, and that really mental health is deeply rooted in social context, and that we have to expand the canon and the archive of knowledge to really understand and appreciate mental illness today.
Thank you so much, Professor Stevens. That's all the time we have for this conversation today. Thank you for sharing your insights on the legacy and work of Frantz Fanon and the links between decolonization and present colonialism with mental health. And now, for the next part of our conversation, we'll be moving to a panel discussion with various artists and scholars. And I will begin by introducing Dr. Errol Francis. Dr. Errol Francis is a photographer, artistic director, and a curator of heritage projects based in London. He has a background in activism and is a fine arts practitioner with over 20 years of experience managing projects. His work has been supported by Arts Council England and various private foundations. He's currently artistic director and CEO of Culture End, as well as the director of the New Museum School, a program providing education and training for diverse young Londoners. He works across various art forms and has collaborated with many artists as well as curators. Welcome to the call, Dr. Errol.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And our second speaker today is Dr. David Fakunle. Dr. Fakunle is a self-described mercenary for change, willing to employ any talent and occupy any space to elevate anyone who feels divested from their truest self, particularly people of color. David earned a PhD from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. His research interests include stresses within the built environment, manifestations of racism in society, and how arts and culture can be used to strengthen health, equity, and liberation. As an artist, David has utilized storytelling, drumming, theater, and performance. He is also co-founder and CEO of DiscoverME, RecoverME, an organization that empowers narrative for personal and organizational growth through African oral tradition. Hello, Dr. Fakunle. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And last but not least, our third panelist is Mr. Christian Nyampeta, who lives and works in London. He's currently a candidate at the Visual Cultures Department at Goldsmith, University of London. Nyampeta's ongoing activities in art, design, and theory include the convening of a roaming program of exhibitions. His previous exhibitions include École d'Histoire and many others. Mr. Nyampeta also runs Radius, an online radio station, and was awarded the Art Prize Future of Europe in 2019. Hello, Mr. Nyampeta, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
And so to begin this conversation, in keeping with the theme today of decolonization and mental health and how the arts can be a bridge between the two, I'll ask for a quick introduction to your works in this area, and I'll be starting with Dr. Francis.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I mean, yeah, my work in this area has crossed over a number of different periods in terms of also institutions. I've worked in the health service, and in fact, I set up a project that was called the Frantz Fanon Center, and the reason for that was to confront the ongoing problem of oppression of Black people by means of the psychiatric system, and trying to actually confront a number of themes which you have been talking about in the previous discussion around diagnosis and how the construction of the colonial subject as other actually is reflected in clinical practice and in institutional power, and in terms of the use of force in compelling people to receive treatment in the psychiatric system. But also in my artistic practice, I have been looking at this and engaging with this theme in terms of otherness and how the constructions that we see in, for example, Frantz Fanon's work are reflected in cultural politics. And so my work in museums and the way that decolonization as a kind of strategic or political practice extends from institutions like the psychiatric system into museums. And that was really apparent this year with the Black Lives Matter campaign, because what happened in America to George Floyd is also something that happens in psychiatric services. So exactly the same thing that happened to George Floyd, being suffocated and violently restrained by law enforcement officers, happens in the psychiatric system. But what was interesting about this summer was the way that the critique of this kind of oppression by means of the criminal justice system then also led into the critique of museums. And so we had the tearing down of the statues and the struggle over colonialism and imperialism as reflected in museums. So it really reflects the way that the themes that Frantz Fanon talked about extend through various institutions, not only in the colonial terrains themselves, but in the metropolitan centers, and it's an ongoing crisis. So yeah, in my practice, I work with this in terms of being an artist, but also as an activist and working with community groups and practitioners to actually address contemporary concerns.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. We're glad to have you. And now I'll extend the same question to Dr. Fakunle.
It was such a pleasure learning about Frantz Fanon. I did not know the man before a couple days ago, but there's so much of what he wrote and talked about in his short life that certainly makes sense now. The work that I do in public health really is about decolonization. and it's not just specific to people of the African diaspora, of which I am one, but a realization of how much a story has been imprinted on all of us, particularly within public health. So what I do, I am a storyteller. The storytelling is primary. The public health research is secondary, because what I realize is that what my field needs more than anything else is to be empowered to tell their story. So the work that I'm doing currently is to show the utility of storytelling within the public health context. It's not just about how we can use it as a research modality, where it does have a lot of value, but how we can use it as a healing practice. So much of the ideas that Frantz Fanon was talking about, these dual roles, code switching is what we call it, certainly here in the US, and I'm sure abroad, it's called code switching. There's who we are when we're amongst ourselves, and then there's who we are in public, in the white space. And we struggle, people of color, people of the African diaspora struggle with that juxtaposition all the time. And certainly what contributes to our mental health and it being deteriorated and the trauma that we deal with is just that. Who are we? Who are we? Because depending on the space that we occupy, it varies. That can mess with you. And that certainly contributes to the mental health outcomes that we see. What I have experienced as a storyteller, as a Black man in the United States, is that so much of the liberation and the freedom that we want can start simply by telling our story. If we look at the history of art and culture anywhere in the world, we know that anytime there has been a oppressive system, what's one of the first things they go after? The art. So now in my capacity as a storyteller and as a public health professional, I'm empowering people to fight back against whatever system they're in with their stories. And so far it's made a big difference. And trust me, I'm as surprised as anybody else as to how people have really latched onto it, but it all makes sense. That's the one thing that is unique to every individual, is the story that they can tell about their lives. And I'm trying to do my best as a researcher to capture what that means, what that process is like, what the outcomes can be. But one thing I can say, it makes you feel better. And part of what I want to do is to say sometimes it can just be that simple. Telling your story makes you feel better. And that in itself is liberating.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fakunle. We're glad to have you. And finally, to Mr. Nyampeta, I would like to ask you to introduce your work in the context of decolonization and mental health.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. Indeed, my name is Christian Nyampeta. I work as a visual artist, and I'm actually now speaking from New York, where I live. And I'm very glad for the biography you read, and I'm happy to say that there are some updates to it, but I'll talk about it as we go. And so I describe myself as someone who organizes programs that have to do with an attempt to work out a number of pedagogical experiments that include inquiries in the uses of space, times, and relations that can be between individuals or institutions, and also realities that tend to sit on opposite sides of the spectrum. And that manifests in the form of films, exhibitions, publications sometimes, writing, and also all kinds of setups that are not always so easy to describe. So in the context of this festival, and in particular this panel, I was very glad to receive the invitation. And of course, I was also worried about what I could say about these themes. because I'm not trained within the realms of psychology or psychiatric studies or the histories thereof. Then I resolved to accept the invitation, in part because perhaps one thing I could contribute, besides affirming the what has been said also by Lisa Ndejuru about the reality of mental health as mostly situated within the patient as opposed to as part of the society widely. That I affirm, and I'm very glad for that particular formulation. And but the other thing that one perhaps could add is that from my guideline of the artistic, I would tend to say that somehow the formulation of mental health seems actually odd in how it's accepted as just a thing we say and understand as a valid articulation of what we want to say with it. Because when you really think about it, mental, exist in the realm of logic, reason, rationality, all these categories that tend to produce what is often described as the book, as in, a kind of linear genealogies of how to think, how to be, that have been passed on since, millennia, and especially during the last maybe 300 years of humanities. Whereas health, to me, seems to evoke body, emotions, feelings, and other aspects that are often, in fact, relegated to the realm of the feminine, and often also, therefore, the wild, the savage, the uncivilized, and so on. Which is why, in part, which is maybe partially what explains the I guess the malaise and the difficulties around speaking about mental health and accepting it as part of the functioning of a human being, and therefore of the society widely and their communities. So I guess in my work and in my interest in general, I have this, I'm driven by an impulse to work out how to limit those separations between what could have been described as a realm that belongs to rationality and another realm that might belong to feelings. And I guess the way that happens would start, if I was to perform that role now, would of course be to slow down a little bit and trying to work out what we also mean by decolonial, which is a term I tend to use as little as possible, partially because I feel that it is self-evident that what one is engaged in now should be in a function of what a set of practices that could be described as decolonial. But also, I feel that it's a term that tends to mean so much and also therefore so little in particular contexts. So I feel that I guess in my work in general, I tend to pay a bit more attention to not accepting the terms as they come, and that might also find expression in different material arrangements within the space or otherwise. And as I'm speaking now, I just remember that once I made an exhibition that I think it had a work within called The Orphans of Fanon. And it has to do with, I guess, thinking about what would have happened if the likes, so not only Fanon, but if the likes of Fanon were alive today. Not to say that Fanon is not alive, because I think he's alive in our minds and in our actions and other ways that we interact. But that there's a particular orphanage that comes with the passing of these figures, and how to think of that condition. as a material basis for cultural practice. Anyway, that's a long-winded introduction to myself and my work, and I hope some kind of conversation emerges out of this.
Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you, David and Errol. Thank you all for providing an introduction to your work and linking it to decolonization. And now I will ask you to please elaborate further in your different practices as artists. How do you link your work, the topic of decolonization and mental health specifically? And I will start with Christian.
So as an artist, meaning someone who works with, let's say, material cultures, especially material cultures in my case, I am always torn between being diligent, meaning being professional, following the rules and being on time, delivering the requests and so on. And another part of me wants to linger in my own mind, in my own, spiritual constructs in order to, as best as possible, materialize those external requests. So in other words, the interior dimensions of my own practices are not always in agreement with the external demands. And I'm not talking about, financial and so on, but simply in terms of how to materialize exhibitions and so on. And so I've started to pay a bit more attention to those tensions and to accommodate the desires that emerge. And one of those desires is to simplify the activities and the approaches. So an example would be, as this moment, of course, it's in the grip of a global pandemic, we all find ourselves having to resort to online gatherings and meetings, which is fantastic because it gives us a wealth of libraries, meetings like now, where each one of us is in different geographic location, and somehow we're able to commune and to spend time and to think together in a way that would be much harder to do if we were to come to Kigali, all of us, to attend the festival. So that's really good. But I also feel that from how I think and work, these possibilities come with new tensions that I would describe in the column. I would put them in the column of potentially needing to be decolonized. And so an example would be how this globality, this mode of appearing everywhere at the same time, puts pressure on essentially how to function. So in other words, I'm having to present, bearing in mind that someone, like as though I have an audience of 10,000 people, but actually I don't think I have a 10,000 people audience, but it's the idea that somehow what I'm saying will enter the public realm on such a grand scale, whereas in reality it could be maybe that 200 people are watching now. And I think that it's producing a kind of acceleration that is worth thinking through, whether that's the exact activities that we want to engage in. And of course, this is not particular to this event. I'm speaking about the many Zoom activities that I've participated in willingly and with pleasure, but also feeling a certain kind of unknowingness that I'm entering into. So I guess my work then, in terms of the mental tension that produces, is a certain kind of potential schizophrenia, whereby constantly I'm wondering if I'm not late, if I'm not like whether I can actually materialize what I promised to do, and I'm trying to work out how best to take the time to act and to produce meaningfully, even if that might mean less. And so it sounds like it's, yeah, I would like to just simply put that like interior/internal dimension of working today out there, maybe as a starting point. And the other things relate to what I just mentioned earlier as I was introducing myself. So thinking about the mental and what that means in terms of the, I guess, historical genealogies, how knowledge is produced, and how the mental seems to be only an internal activity that has to function at all costs for anything else to appear, which means it has to operate within the realm of language, as Garth Stevens was saying, and then indeed also finding out other ways that yeah, such health might exist. And so if I would, just to conclude, localize the thought a bit more, I'm realizing that my Kinyarwanda is not so good. I mean, it is good, it's operative, but partially because, so in a way I would slightly introduce another complication, and this will be a question for Garth Stevens as well, is that in that unknowing, so in that lessening of my knowledge of Kinyarwanda, actually something else happens, whereby each time I hear a term, I analyze it, as in it becomes a whole quasi-philosophical activity, whereby for now it's leading me to say that the term for health, I think in Kinyarwanda it will be ubuzima. It will be interesting to hear other notions of health or mental health altogether, to actually pluralize what that could be in terms of cultural practice. So ubuzima, I think most terms that are ubu, so ubuntu and so on, are substances, as in, so things that one shares. So it's always bigger than a person, always relational. So ubuzima as a health, it's of course something that relates to my own body, but it can't be enough just to be my own. So in other words, it's something that necessarily I would have to extend to my neighbor or whoever else. So I think that's maybe how I would like to think health in relation to the arts in my own particular set of practices.
Thank you, Christian, for your insights on how art can play a role in sparking the conversation about decolonization and mental health. And now to David, your art form is primarily storytelling. What are some of the legacies of colonialism you've encountered as a public health practitioner or observed in society, and how do you address them with storytelling?
Well, the short answer is that everything is through a white lens in public health, everything. So the way that we analyze, conceptualize, theorize, hypothesize, and discuss health is through a white lens. And specifically, it's through the lens of older white men. So what we're starting to experience, and it's been culminating for a while, but 2020 has really been a year of revelation in a number of fronts, and public health is no different. We're now dealing with a reckoning with how public health has been structured, how public health has been taught. So the pedagogy, the epistemology of public health is being openly questioned. So these would be the conversations that professors and researchers may have, around some drinks, at dinner, something like that. But now these are the discussions that we're having in panels and conferences. That's different, because it's almost like I use the analogy of, you are raised by your parents, for the first many years of your life. And when you become an adult, you can kind of look back and say, I didn't like that. I didn't like the way that my mother taught me that. I didn't like the way that my father taught me that. And there can be a little bit of a struggle with that, because it's your parents. You love them, you respect them, but you can question them at the same time. I think that's what a lot of people in public health are dealing with, is they love public health. They appreciate it. They're grateful to it, but they need to question it, and question it from an objective sense. And it's interesting that questioning it from an objective sense is bringing forth a realization of how the subjective has been missing in public health for so long. So the colonization of public health has done just that. It has removed the context of the personal experience and the cultural experience from the field. So if we look at something as nebulous as mental health, it seems very intuitive to have the personal context, because that person is the one dealing with the challenges within mental health. So who better to explain it than them? Who better than to provide the circumstances that are affecting their mental health but that person? But we typically don't ask that person those type of questions, certainly not in a way that gets to the heart of the matter, if that makes sense. What I've seen with storytelling has been a craving for that experience. So whether it's been people in recovery from substance abuse, over in West Baltimore, which is where I started, my mother and I would DiscoverME, RecoverME, whether it's been professors. So we're talking about the best of the best at Johns Hopkins, best public health school in the world, bar none. Professors and researchers who have been craving the opportunity to tell their story. And many of them are white. So this idea of decolonization does not have to be looked at solely through a racial lens. The idea of colonization, period, oppression, someone impeding on your space. That doesn't have to be based on race. That doesn't have to be based on culture. That doesn't have to be based on anything, any one particular socio-demographic. Just the idea of someone impeding on your space and planting their flag there and saying, this is mine. That's colonization. And we are seeing that everywhere. So this year in particular has encouraged and empowered people to harness the power of their personal experience. And in most cases, the best way that a person can convey that to someone else is by what? Telling their story. So I've been very fortunate this year to have a lot of opportunities like this. And this one is very special as someone of the African diaspora. My father immigrated to the US from Nigeria. I've been to Nigeria 3 times, the last time being, 23 years ago. So I am long overdue to come back to the continent. But the idea of truly being ourselves as best we can, knowing that the circumstances of our existence are forever intertwined by things like colonization, oppression, racism, sexism, whatever the case may be, is a struggle that we'll have to deal with for the rest of our lives. Because in a way, we will never see who we truly were meant to be because of all of those things. So it's about who can we be despite those things. And much of that process is what a lot of us are dealing with right now. And art is, to me, the universal language. We talk about language a lot. Dr. Fanon talked about language. Art is universal in the way that it's able to convey messages of humanity to anyone around the world. Whether it's visual, whether it's performance, whether it's music, we understand that language. So to me, art is the critical element that is missing from public health, that can tie in the personal context, the cultural context, the experiential context that is necessary to truly understand what health means to people and how we can be helpful in improving it. Those ideas of what health is varies by context. Well, how else do we get to that context if we don't listen to people's stories, if we don't give them the space to tell their story? And that may take work because they're so used to other people telling their story for them. We see this in the US a lot with Black people. A lot of Black people are not used to telling their own story because society has told the story for them over and over and over again. So it's been like a muscle that hasn't been exercised. Well, now we're getting to the place where we need to exercise that muscle, because if we don't, it will be atrophied beyond repair. So that's, I think, the purpose that I serve, is to help people exercise the muscle of their narrative and their stories, and to strengthen not just the telling itself, but to really tap into all the lessons that just our personal stories have to offer. Yes, we learn a lot from our family, our friends, our colleagues, our contemporaries, but we can learn a lot from ourselves too. And being able to say that and manifest that is truly liberating. That's decolonization. And it must happen at a micro level, no doubt. And that's the epidemiologist in me talking. But as a human being, it can also start with us. And that makes a huge difference too.
Thank you so much, David, for that answer. And now finally moving to Dr. Francis. In your introduction, you mentioned the conversation of decolonization happening in public spaces, in museums. And it seems that that debate is sometimes centered around within academic circles. How do we make this conversation specific to mental health systems and to the public?
The conversation about decolonization. I mean, I agree with David and Christian. There are problems about the use of this term currently, which I think is undergoing a kind of revisionism. And I think that David's definition just now about colonization is somebody planting a flag and saying, this is yours, this is theirs, is helpful because it reminds me of, we've been talking about Frantz Fanon, that Frantz Fanon also gives us a definition about this, which is primarily talking about territory and power as being the fundamental nature of colonialism. Of course, he was in that struggle both as a psychiatrist, but also as an activist with the Algerian struggle. So what we get is that decolonization is something that takes place in different terrains, and these could be geographical, but they also could be at the level of discourse and quite, or concepts like the psyche, the unconscious, and so on. So decolonization then is taking back control over these terrains, and it is something which Fanon talks about as being almost inevitably violent in some way, either actually or metaphorically, because it's a confrontation opposing forces. And whether we're talking about diagnostic systems, or in my case, in my present practice, being involved in museums, one can see actually a continuity between, for example, concepts of civilization as applied in, heritage and humanities or museology, and the sort of things that Fanon talks about in the construction of the other, this uncivilized other, the dehumanized other, the other who is all body and no mind, and the consequences of these ideas in the practice of health. I mentioned Black Lives Matter, and I really want to stress that because that was such an extraordinary event that happened this year, and really shows us how, if we're talking about decolonization, as I've said, it is a confrontation, and it is multi-institutional, and it's going to involve human rights and questions of power. So it's a complicated thing, and also I think that the if you like, the geography of it being something which in a way, when Fanon was writing, or when the great colonial struggles, the first half of the 20th century were happening, these were happening in the colonial territories themselves. What I think, especially with the rise of the new right and the ongoing effects of racial oppression, this struggle now taking place in the United States, in Europe, you know, in these metropolitan centers, I think it gives a different complexity to what we might mean by decolonization, because we are in the space of the, if you like, the colonial master. The museum, you know, like for example, museums or psychiatric hospitals in the UK, we are in a, if you like, an imperial power structure. So how do you decolonize that when it's, as it were, the space doesn't physically belong to you? Well, but we are here I'm part of a group of people that is referred to as a minority, you know, within the population. So the practice of decolonization, or the meaning of it, or the strategizing of it, is somewhat different. So, I mean, in my work in museums, decolonization takes the form of things like equal representation of the Black and minority people in the museum workforce itself. It's going to involve things like restitution of objects stolen by colonial powers during the imperial period, you know, things like this. It's going to involve discursive actions about how we describe this history, how we interpret this history. So it's as I say, it's enormously complex, and it is multi-institutional, and it involves moving from different discursive systems. For example, health on the one hand, and talking about historiography and the writing of history, and what might be the connection between these things. So it's an enormously complex thing. And I agree with Christian that at times it may not be helpful to talk about it as decolonization. It may be just talk about what we are trying to do in terms of, for example, addressing social justice, or as we saw with George Floyd, questions of human rights. So yeah, it's a vastly complex thing. But the thing I want to appeal to most is that the way, for example, in England, the co-option of this term, especially following Black Lives Matter, what you've had is this really embarrassing stampede of institutions now saying we are decolonizing, when they're doing absolutely none of the things that I've mentioned about addressing power and its distribution. So we really do have to kind of hold on to a definition, and I think David's definition is very helpful in terms of what decolonization is and what we need to do to overcome it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francis, and thank you to the rest of our panelists. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today. Thank you for your insights on what the arts can do for mental health, and for how we need to be mindful of language, of definitions, and of developing a common understanding. And so once more, Dr. Francis, Dr. Fakunle, and Mr. Nyampeta, thank you very much for joining us for a conversation today.
Thank you.
Nice to meet the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you.
We have a lot of work to do to decolonize mental health, to decolonize public health.
Social justice and mental health definitely go hand in hand, and critical that we put our advocacy around making sure and ensuring that we have access to quality mental health care for all who need it.
Mental health is not only the responsibility of the health sector, as you already said. Mental health concerns us all.
Art can provide various mental health benefits and serve as a very effective complementary tool to support the recovery of mental health patients.
We're bringing together artists and scientists, and in a community-led project in a new way.
justice, the more we are going to keep decolonizing what blackness is represented across the globe. We also talked about decolonization of knowledge. We talked about how storytelling should be primarily a part of public health rather than having research and scientific studies, but how do we incorporate the component of storytelling? We talked about how liberation and freedom are part of storytelling. If we want to feel more free, we have to tell our stories, and it resonates with what Kimamanda has talked about, and she called it the danger of a single story. When we don't challenge that single story that different people have about other people, we're going to keep having one narrative, and when that narrative has a negative connotation, then it does affect the entire population. So when I started traveling to the US 7 years ago, I was doing fundraising for the nonprofits. I remember that I was shocked to realize how much people associated Africa with poorness, and that sense of poverty that was perpetrated, and I had to label that and to carry that around as I was doing fundraising. It made me realize that when we talk about decolonization, we also have to incorporate element of allowing people to have different labels, many labels. Yes, we can represent the poor people of Africa when we're doing fundraising, but also we have to recognize the sense of dignity that comes with that. And as a storyteller, I realize that we have so much work to do to tell our stories of normal life of African people, if we want to challenge how the African story, for instance, is told. And recently, I was doing a small interview, not a survey, on social media, trying to see how people could vote for the cover of my upcoming book. And it made me realize a component that Dr. Francis just mentioned about the equal representation. I had, among the covers, we had one with a Black woman on the cover. And the entire process made me realize how much Black people, especially maybe Black women, needed much more representation on the covers of the books. And this is a deeper concept because it means also like that body of knowledge that is produced doesn't have an equal representation of all races, and something that we have to keep challenging. So I'm part of the philanthropy sector, and part of my work working this particular philanthropy sector, we're challenging now how do we decolonize funding, since funding also comes with a very deep racial divide. So we are having very deep and challenging conversations. And I hope that as we talk about decolonization, it has different spectrum, and we're not just like looking at it through one lens, but see how it is connected in the multidisciplinary, as Dr. Francis just talked about. And Christian also talked about how he rejects labels and the terms that people associate sometimes with him when they're not good description of who he thinks he is, because my guess is that these can become very dangerous cages that human being can live in. We also talked about how arts are critical because they are universal and they can positively contribute to public health and mental health. And then my question to you, our audience, is who should be responsible for decolonization, given that colonial mentalities come with power, with privilege and territories? How do we restore that collective human dignity when it is taken away by colonial powers? Thank you very much, and keep engaging with us. Tell us what you think. This was just like at the beginning of the conversation. We're going to continue throughout the day. So our next conversation is a digital exhibition with arts focusing on the theme of stigma, power, and hopes, and it's going to be led by Njonge Karanga. Njonge, over to you. Thank you.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we're also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we're doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bushobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors, the different artists.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being part of Hamwe Festival, the second edition. This is our last day. We spent the four last day and this one discussing about the role the arts and culture could have in proposing new solutions and new analysis for the mental health crisis that is going on globally. We have a certain focus on Africa and had a conversation about the role of culture with Rwandan experts yesterday. Also, we had this project that was going on through the different days of the festival, Stigma, Power and Hope. Digital residency. We would have to like to have had a physical residency, but in time of COVID, that was not possible. So we worked from a distance with 4 Rwandan artists. You saw Krista on Tuesday, Alice with her beautiful photographic work about documenting her experience with depression on Wednesday, and yesterday the reflections of Moses regarding time and the role of empowerment and knowing oneself. And today we'll have a 4th artist that is going to be introduced with a video. His name is Timothy Wandulu. Let's play the video and Timothy will join you just after to discuss the beautiful pieces that are behind me. Thank you.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before. Stigmatization in mental health in Rwanda or generally around the globe, I think it's an everyday experience. For example, as an artist, I fought against being called a crazy artist because I feel like it does not signify who I am as an artist. That very much affects how I reflect upon myself, and then in return, it affects how I work or how I relate with people in the society. I would say I've been stigmatized from how I look, from what I do, even from where I live or hang out. So it's an experience that I know of. What I've come to learn throughout the residency has been the call to attention for what really, really matters in terms of understanding this issue of mental health, but having people come to us, like people who have had experiences of being stigmatized. We have had to interact with professionals who have given statistical data that backs up, everyday experiences that we see. My ideas for stigma, power, and hope can be as broad as it can go. This could be a continuous project for me as an artist as well. So for me, it was more of a process of not coming to a final conclusion of, oh, it's mental health, maybe I should do something around medication and just call it mental health work, So it was more of me trying to really, really dive deep into the theme, what would best represent this, from a personal experience. For me, the works, the way I approached it in with an idea of looking at it as like an educational study object, and that's why I chose to use paper. Some of the paper I picked from my own writings, and I felt like it would embody the work in a way that it's part of my story being shared instead of using random material. And then the subject, I chose myself because I don't feel like I would be stigmatizing myself using my body. And I wanted to stand for what I would call like the acceptance of who I am. And then that's what I would want to portray to anybody else, to see themselves within this image. So for me, the material used was really important because it allows me to have like open space where I can add messages. I would love it to be interactive. Like somebody can come and write what they feel is meaningful for them about mental health. It could be a message that can be written and then added onto the work. For me, my main focus on having these works go like this is to initiate a conversation. For me as an artist, I don't think it will end on these works. I have other ideas that I think are really, really important. Instead of putting on Nike, I would put on something that has a message about mental health. So for me, what I think of the system to do is to create awareness in terms of like sharing information, having neutral spaces for people to meet and tell their stories, and supporting it, and even decentralizing it, taking it to the schools. I think it will be good. Without art, I don't think I would have any other way to express my thoughts or my personal experiences, especially in the society where artists are labeled crazy. There's been chances where I've been addressed as a crazy artist and I've stood on my ground to say, that's not who I am, at least you should call me by my name or by the project that I'm working on. So I think for me, art has always been my gateway to highlight on certain things that I want to have a say about. So my overall experience was really, really humbling, to be an artist and be given the opportunity to exercise the power you have in interpreting, your surrounding, your experiences and the general communal experiences is such a great power that, when you're called to have a say about it, I feel like it's of a great significance in what we are supposed to be doing as artists.
Good afternoon. So thank you for being with us here at Hamwe Festival, the second edition. It's the last day. And as you just saw, today we're talking about the work of Timothy Wandulu that is here with me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Njonge.
So thank you so much for being part of Stigma, Power and Hope. So I've presented the off-site residency with my own words, but I would like you to tell our audience a little bit about this experience that we had in the preparation of Hamwe Festival.
Thank you. My name is Wandulu Timothy, and I'm an artist based here in Kigali. In context of the exhibition and the festival about mental health and social justice, I had a great experience personally. As an artist, being given the opportunity to work on social projects is what really drives me. And I think it's worth giving attention because it's a needed call within communities or society to address such an issue of mental health. About the residency, it was a great learning experience for me. I had to interact with other artists, interact with professionals that are dealing with mental health in Rwanda and beyond, which was very informative for me as an artist. And first of all, I would as well like to appreciate all the ladies who are tirelessly working with us as artists. It's not easy, I know.
That's true, it's a team of ladies. Yeah.
Yes, and all the team that is making it possible for this festival to reach many people out there. So for me, that is really, really great for me as an artist in such a time to be able to exhibit and be given a platform to share and be thought about. So about the residency, clearly it was a good residency for me as an artist, and I believe for the other artists as well. We had to interact with professionals that have experience in the issue we are called to address, and being an artist called out for your profession and use that skill to help drive this issue to people and educate many is really, really great.
And how did those conversations shape your work?
So the conversations really shaped my work. Usually artists, we base on what we would call our self-driven feelings. You come up with what you think is right for you, but this time, because the work did not solely base on how we really feel about art in general, but there was a topic to address, mental health. And then we had people that had content who have researched about it, and they're like, yeah, here's some research, look at it, let's interact, understand what we do, let's understand what you do, and we see how to push it forward. So I believe for me, the information that was usually hard, because for an artist to come up with a project and finish it is not easy. But now you're given content, you're given time, people have planned schedules for you, and there's a lot of information for you to base off and come up with works. So for me, that was really an amazing experience.
I'm so happy to hear that. Please talk to us about, so
I believe
this series has a name, or is Stigma, Power and Hope?
Yes, so the works that I came up with were of 3 themes: Stigma, Power and Hope, as discussed throughout the residency. But for me personally, as an artist, I feel like the works would carry one continuous theme, which I titled Pages of My Diary, because I used papers from what I'm always writing down some content if I feel I can't express it in either painting or drawing. So I focused on that, couple of video and Clever were giving out, and then came up with I'd love to begin from the first one. So on this work, I chose to base to study a figure, which is my figure study, because I had a fear of like either looking at it as if I'm stigmatizing someone, but which wouldn't be true, because it would be done with their consent. And I chose myself because I understood myself better. And I felt like throughout the residency, the whole experience was very awakening for me. So I felt like I was the right person to base the information I share. And it's a figure in a process or in a state of being really down, and showing what was
in this place, the power card. Okay. We're back.
We're on?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're sorry for this little technical gap. We're back here.
This exposes an individual who is in a state of feeling down or broken down because of being stigmatized for the state of their being or for who they are. Using or portraying such a state would be relatable to so many people if they come. There are certain texts within the artwork that relate to the whole story of being stigmatized. Yeah. And that's how I felt about it, and I figured it would be easier for me to portray it in that sense, add some writing to drive the message home. Yeah.
So the messages are, as you named it, pages from your diary.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel really?
Yeah, there are some texts like, how do you feel really? Or I don't feel happy when all fingers are pointing at me. Nobody would be feeling happy, unless if it's pointed at you in a way that is, building and encouraging. But depending on the state of the figure, they are down because they have been stigmatized either by the way they are. And basically for me, the work has, I generally wanted to base it on in the realm of like mental health for men, at least. Personally, I believe it's very hard for men to actually admit that one needs help, or one is depressed, or one is feeling down. It's easy.
Based on what the society expects.
Yes, they usually say, be a man, deal with it,
Yeah.
And people feel like, yeah, I can be a man and deal with it, but it slowly eats you up. And I think it was very important for me to address it. Yeah.
About it for hours, but I don't think that the colleagues behind the scene would let us.
And the second artwork, three of them are flowing in a sense of like looking at somebody who's down, and then they gather their strength, sit up, and then it would continue to when they can stand and, you know, publicly, you know, present themselves as a part of the community. So that's why you see the continuous change in the same figure, taking several positions. So this one portrays what I would call power, because they're in the state of like finding themselves up, you know, yeah. And it's not up to anybody to like come and lift you up, really. They can only help you by guiding you. So this is what it portrays. And it's just like the other one, it has messages, texts written within. And this circle around the figure is in a sense of like trying to highlight and call to attention what would be the expressions one would carry, and take a closer look, you know, be honest with how you see somebody, share and interact with them. Yeah, because this portrait also carries messages within the image as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see also.
Yeah, there's a few, because I wanted the works to be very, very education or research centered, just as the residency was. So all those figures were more like sketches I did during the residency as they were talking, and then I write down some things and then do some little bit of sketches. Yeah, and that's what I chose to include into the works. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And now we go to hopes.
Yes, hopes. It's not easy, you know, to find hope really, but once it is found, it's good to also hold on to it, I believe. And this is what this character is portraying. They feel they find themselves in the process of getting up and transforming, but they still feel like they don't have the hope, but this is not what we want them to feel. So getting up and openly turning themselves and facing the audience like, yeah, I'm here, I need help. The first step is holding the hope that you can actually get help. And that's what I wanted to portray in this painting, in this series. Yeah, to have it march and flow towards a state of finding help and finally facing the audience and being like, yes, I need help, or you need assistance, or you need attention, or whatever, which usually men don't, you know, give into. So yeah, it also carries messages within the work, and it's
the pages.
Yeah, the pages, even within the figure, you can see some texts written within. The brain sketch comes back in, and that significant red circle for attention around it. Yeah.
I want to tell the audience that we will, at some point, when the safety rules related to COVID-19 will allow us, we'll definitely expose this work. It's really, really interesting. It's a whole experience to read all the writings through the body and the story that is, thank you, this is really personal, and that though it's so easy to relate to those words.
Yes.
Can you tell what pains you? You talk about solitude, you talk about mental health there. Yeah, you talk about, So unfortunately, it's almost time, the time to end these sessions, but it was really a pleasure to work with you on this residency, Stigma, Power and Hope. And like we did with the other artists, so the idea is really to have all these research, all this clinical practice and this knowledge that sometimes stay behind the walls of the university or place that maybe would gain in being desacralized. And that's why also we did this work. So this knowledge can actually we do the research to be helpful. We build knowledge for it to reach people. And that's why we thought that it was a wonderful experience to partner with everyone, because artists like you speaks differently to people and are heard also differently. So the last word of each session, I gave it to the resident. How would you like to close? What do you have to say to the audience in terms of mental health, your mental health, their mental health, whatever you want?
Okay, what I believe is really, really important to say is to be true to yourself, and one should be honest with themselves. If you really, really need help, it's easy to come out and be like, yes. Even if it's just talking to family members. Personally, I've had to talk to my parents, my brothers. They're like, yeah, why are you so quiet? You know, I'm dealing with this. So they end up talking, sending messages over WhatsApp and helping me cope with, you know, what would be the scenario right now with COVID. You know, so being able to openly talk with the people that are closest to you can easily help you cope and you know, manage your mental health. It does not necessarily mean that it's somebody that's crazy like the language in Rwanda would portray it. You know, there are so many things that build up towards mental health. It does not necessarily mean somebody who's crazy or like, you know, throwing stones. There's so much. Yeah, even simple stress from work can be part of what would cause one's mental health. So being honest and openly talking about it and, you know, saying it out loud is really, really important. And that's what I urge everybody to always take a step to do.
So an encouragement to conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to you. Thanks to Alice Kaibanda, Krista Wase, and Moses Isabiliza. It was a really great experience. We're going to renew it as soon as January to have the reflection continuing for Hamwe next year. It was really a pleasure to share this work with you and to build this with you.
Thank you too.
See you next year. Bye-bye.
See you.
Hi, I'm by the names of Kaya. I'm performing in this year's Hamwe Festival, of which theme says social justice and mental health. It's a very important theme to discuss because the society really needs to express what goes on behind our minds. So please tune in this Sunday at 6 p.m. You can register in UGHE's link in bio to watch my performance. See you. Hi, I'm by the names of Kaya. I'm performing in this year's Hamwe Festival, of which theme says social justice and mental health. It's a very important theme to discuss because the society really needs to express what goes on behind our minds. So please tune in this Sunday at 6 p.m. You can register in UGHE's link in bio to watch my performance. See you.
That was digital exhibition. Thank you, Njonge, our chief organizer of the Hamwe Festival, and Timothy. So our next session is a Difu Simo, meaning breaking free. It is a mental health awareness campaign based in Kenya coastal region of Kilifi Country. This session will feature short clips highlighting mental health challenges and interventions, as well as live commentary from Mary Bitta, Difu Simo's principal investigator. It will be moderated by the exceptional Zwena, whom you met yesterday. Remember, she's the presenter and the producer at CNBC Africa, the first female business journalist in Rwanda who proudly wears her hijab. Over to you, Zwena. Thank you.
There is a healing process that is inherent in artistic activities, which can fundamentally affect and change a person.
Stigma is a result of not understanding the other person's well, because we don't let them tell us what they feel, tell us what they're going through. Instead, we stereotype them, we discriminate them. We need to include art in how we treat mental health.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session. My name is Zwena Bacho, and I'll be the moderator. Now, for this session will feature 4 video clips highlighting the state of mental health in Kilifi County and various forms of mental health interventions. Between the clips, our panelists will elaborate on the topic at hand. Now, allow me to introduce our panelists. Her name is Mary Bitta. She's a trained nurse and a mental health researcher based at the KEMRI Wellcome Trust Research Program. Her research involves developing and evaluating interventions to improve access to quality mental health care in rural areas of Kenya. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Zuena. Hi.
Hi, how are you? How is Nairobi treating you?
I'm actually in Kilifi. I'm good.
My bad.
Yeah, Kilifi is, I mean, it's treating me well. It's a really hot time of the year, but we are good. We are fine. Thank you.
I can imagine. I hope you're ready for the panel because we're about to start with the first clip, which is actually, we are going to watch the first clip, which is an extra from the film displaying the tragedy of an anti-hero, Changawa Kahindi Kadoma, the man in chains, a man confined for years to a hut in a rural village of the Kenyan coast due to his mental problems. If we can just start watching the first clip, and then as we come back, we'll have a comment. We have the panel. We'll have Mary coming back with some comments on the first clip.
Mimi charokendo kajundu ni kwamba ni mwana wa kahikahi na ndugu yangu alikala urende mkulu wale fulani marehemu kwa kwenda kukwato mvaha wangu aliye nikijanda che maana falumeho aiye naye watimani sababu zahere kuronga uganga ata akikwacha kutuhamburuga kala zoya ni mganga beviria ala baadaye akwacha kutumani utwa kukala akingiranda zeni ni wakati wa kulala yanachesa matso mchewe na shanga mtu yuno ariebe na chesa matso kukeresi na kalala mtu ariye namna yani anagaeleza haya akikwacha kutumani kuona atu kaisa matso ni mwakweta kumchimbire muche kwenda kwa baba kala ni heri kwenda zama bevivyo kwa kala anaona atu kaisa matso ni mwako tamchiwa kifunga mimba takishala mwana ali anefadama msichana tukaraza kwenda panda Zulu hali ya kukala hata nimishikurani kwa shale mwana mumwenga emje kukariko kada zhala tafi haya wabijo matosogarea ubenhero akapata kapindi hangu ni mvulana kwa kushoma washoma kirikisoni agoma mboka kuronga ronga kwa kwamba ni uganga kafigura nako kushoma.
That was the first clip called The Man in Chains. Mary, could you tell us more about the clip?
So perhaps I would just start by briefly putting context what Difu Simo really is before I talk about the clip shortly. So this is, like you said, a mental health awareness, and it's a collaboration between a research institute, a documentary and filmmaking institution, a cultural association, and then the county government, who are like the, stakeholders in terms of policy and practice. And so we use different forms of art, music, dance, poetry to provoke dialogue about mental health and mental illnesses. And what we do is that we archive our stories, and then we share these stories and these outputs in forms of short clips and films and documentaries. Now, what you've just watched is a short clip of one of the most powerful stories yet that we've collected in the field. It's the story of Changawa. Now, Changawa is a man in his mid-50s, and the documentary itself is called The Man in Chains, and you can access the full documentary in our website, www.difusimo.org. Now, it is the story of Changawa, who has suffered from schizophrenia for the past 30 years of his life. And what we have seen in the clip was just Changawa's brother trying to explain how the disease started, or how Changawa's illness started. And according to the beliefs of the Mijikenda, or according to the belief of Changawa's community, Changawa was actually a son of a very powerful witch catcher. His father was very popularly known to catch witches. And when Changawa was about 15 years or so, he started developing symptoms which we believe were the early symptoms of schizophrenia, which is a very severe and a very disabling mental illness. So it includes things like hearing things that other people are not hearing, seeing things that other people are not seeing. We call them hallucinations. But according to the members of the community in which Changawa lives, which is the Giriama community, they believed that Changawa was developing powers similar to that of his father. And so when Changawa's situation deteriorated and became worse, they believed it was because Changawa was trying to outshine his father, or trying to be better than his father. Whereas what we believe was that because the psychosis was not managed, it kept on deteriorating. Now, very sadly, Changawa went through a very complicated pathway of care, from traditional health practitioners, faith healers, even biomedical practitioners eventually. But we say that the story, that Changawa is an anti-hero, because very sadly, this year in August, Changawa succumbed to his illness, and may his soul rest in peace.
That's really interesting, and a really interesting story. I can't wait to watch the full film. Now, we have actually the second clip that's gonna be coming up. The second clip, the clip that we're about to show, is a video montage of images showing Difu Simo participants learning, filming, communication, and video editing skills. Right, that was the second clip that we just watched. Mary, can you give us an overview of the clip and also discuss Difu Simon's mission and approach?
So, Difu Simon's aim or Difu Simon's mission is to break free from the stigma that is attached to mental illness. And our aim is actually just to initiate dialogue about mental health and mental illness. And I'm deliberately saying...
Mary, sorry, we couldn't hear you because of the network. Can you kindly repeat that again?
Yes, absolutely. Modern day challenges, technology. So, I mean, as I was just saying, I hope you can hear me well now.
Yes, we can.
Great. So I was just talking about Difu Simon's mission, which is actually just to break free from, the chains of stigma attached to mental illness. And we aim to do this by initiating dialogue about mental health and mental illness, starting in Kilifi and hopefully, the rest of the country and the region, etc. And I'm deliberately not saying raising awareness, because the aim of Difu Simo is not just to talk at people, but it is actually to encourage people to talk amongst themselves and also to allow us to learn from them, in the process. And what we want as Difu Simo is for people to open up about how they conceptualize mental health and mental illness in, their different cultural contexts, and how these conceptualizations influence how people with mental illnesses are treated in the community. And this approach is what we call a participatory approach, or as people like commonly referring to, nothing about the people, without the people. So the clip that we've just watched, it just takes us through one of the methods that we use. We call it participatory videos, which is where people with mental illness themselves, these are people with lived experience, their caregivers, they come forward and they share their stories through video. So what we do is we train them on how to use the equipment, how to use a camera, the editing process, etc. And then after this training, we allow them to actually collect data, which is actually, choose venues for shooting their video clips, decide on what story they want to tell, decide on how they want to edit their story and how they want to portray their illness. And then after this, and we'll see one of the final outputs of these videos in a subsequent clip, we actually just screen these final outputs as they are to the community in the presence of both the creators of this content, who are people with lived experience, and other stakeholders like, biomedical practitioners, traditional health practitioners, faith healers, policymakers like government officials, etc. And when we screen this in the communities, we just allow for dialogue, we allow for questions, we allow for arguments, and we allow for debate, just as a way of trying to, listen to or get different perspectives of understanding of mental illness. So that's the context of the video that we've just seen.
Right, now, what are some of the impact of Difu Simon's initiatives, and how do you evaluate Difu Simon's interventions?
I mean, Difu Simo is making great strides in raising awareness about mental illness, both in Kilifi, in the entire country, and even I can say regionally and internationally. Some of the achievements that we are most proud of are some of the outputs we are having, like our documentaries and our clips, and also being able to do things like conducting awareness walks. For example, during this COVID period alone, we've been able to conduct awareness walks in 9 different locations within Kilifi County. And we've been able to reach a very wide audience considering the very many restrictions. And we also continue to receive, coverage from local press, the national press, and even international press. And it has generated our work has generated a lot of interest on discussions around the role of culture in understanding mental illness. And also, the role of art in addressing the challenges that we face in mental illness. And, we've also had opportunities to share our work in international platforms. For example, being here at the Hamwe Festival today, for which I'm very pleased to be taking part in. And in terms of evaluation, the scientific approaches that we use include, for example, structured questionnaires, trying to compare, changes in levels of knowledge, behavior, and attitude just as a result of the campaign itself. And we also use qualitative methods quite extensively to just try and explore the perspectives of people with mental illnesses, and also to explore practices like ethnodiagnosis, which is using traditional or indigenous knowledge to diagnose disorders. We also try to look at things like bioprospecting, which is use of herbs to manage this disorder. So we use these scientific methods to try and understand the impact that Difu Simo is making, and also to try and answer new questions that keep on coming up as a result of our experiences in the field. And maybe just one last thing that we do is, we also do actual monitoring of medical records to see whether we are seeing an improvement or an increase in the proportions of people with mental illness seeking care, or for their disorders, both in the hospitals, and because we're also in touch with traditional healers and faith healers, we try to monitor their records to see if people are coming to them for help, citing the campaign as one of their motivating factors to seek help. So yes.
Quite interesting. Now, in my understanding, Difu Simo not only does it create awareness of mental health, but also creates an approach that helps people talk about it, and also get encouraged to get to learn more about mental health. Now, which actually brings me to the next clip, which is The Apprentice, an extra from Simon Grass's film, Kiuye. I hope I actually pronounced that right. The Magic Comeback, portraying a Mijikenda woman learning to become a traditional healer.
Among the Mijikenda, there are diverse types of healer. The diviner is the one who can diagnose and identify the root cause of illness. An apprentice is undergoing a learning process under the counsel of a senior diviner. The novice lives in close proximity to her tutor in an isolated hut and undergoes a trial period. In this trial, the woman is instructed to seek guidance from the spirits in order to collect plants from the forest. After falling into a trance, the apprentice disappears as though summoned into the bush. This is an intimate journey into the remoteness of human spirituality that will take place in the seclusion of the forest environment. Plants collected in the forest are stored in the hut, and in the future her mentor will analyze them to get to the information that she needs to be sure that this part of the course has been successfully completed. This personal voyage still has many rites of passage until its completion. At that stage, the apprentice will be presented with a basket of medicines and tools to practice her craft. These gifts, it is hoped, will one day be passed on to a new generation of diviners.
Kazimbidzo bai musena kazimbidzo. Dayozo kuzanya takhaumare kutsagula kudzaika kare mana kudzaika kare bada kazitang. Ari baba. Takabani baba. Yari khale bare. Takabani takama bare. Juru tu bani. Dikita ba? Kare dikita. Juru tanke. Yari dikita. Ngamije. Ngamije. Azamba. Ana malangundu. Kumbola kwa yuchu. Ana malamu simbiji. Kumbola kwa yuchu. Hata wasiku hiyo akizaza na yoyo kitubiri.
Simbiji?
Ngundu.
Na ngundu.
Witchcraft, herbal medicine, divination, and the cult of the dead are all aspects of the Giriama ancestral culture. For the Giriama, magic is a basic element of life. Matter and spirit coexist on the same plane, and often dreams are a channel of communication between deceased souls and their loved ones.
Mary, can you tell us more about the short film that we just watched and discuss with us the alternative medical practitioners and psychosocial support they provide for people with mental health?
So the clip we've just watched again is from one of the works that we do in the field, which is just trying to understand the traditional ways of diagnosing and managing different disorders, including mental illnesses in our case. Now, the clip is called Kiwewe, which is a Kigiriama phrase that means coming back to our roots. And I just want to point out some of the things that we've seen in the clip itself. You've seen, there's intergenerational interaction. So the older people and the younger people, the older people trying to pass on this skill to the younger people. We've seen things like a secret language between the apprentice and their teacher. We've seen even different genders. We have males and females trying to train this one apprentice. And, this just suggests that there is actually structure in the way that traditional medicine is trained in this culture, in this context. Now, what we've seen in the clip is actually just a traditional healer learning to perform what we call bioprospecting in plants, which is where they try to identify plants with medicinal value. Now, to be able to use these plants to to manage a person with whichever illness the person has, they must be able to know how to diagnose the illness itself so that they can be able to give the correct herb or the correct medicine, which is what we call ethnodiagnosis, where you use indigenous knowledge to diagnose disorders. And so, just to point out or to emphasize that even in traditional practices of healing, there is structure, there's a training duration, there's evaluation of success or failure, because as you saw in the clip, if the apprentice came back with the wrong herbs, then they would have failed the assessment and their training would perhaps have ended there. And I know these are usually some of the criticisms or some of the points that are used to criticize traditional medicine in terms of lack of structure, lack of an evidence base, but just to point out that even in this, practices, there's a lot of work and effort that goes into training people to be able to practice. Now, you asked about, alternative medical practitioners and the psychosocial support that they provide for people with mental health. So when we talk about alternative practitioners, just to be clear, here we are talking about like faith healers. This could be pastors, they could be moms. We are talking about priests as well. We're also talking about traditional health practitioners, who, by the way, in this setting fall into very many categories. And I like to say they fall into structures that are very similar to what we see in biomedical practices, because even in traditional medicine, we have diagnosticians. These are people whose primary job is to diagnose. We have people who practice both diagnostics and exorcism. We have people who practice herbal medicine, which is now, like I said, bioprospecting, giving prescriptions. So even within the traditional medicine, there are a lot of structures and different specialties or specializations, if you like. Now, one of the key roles that they play, like you have said, is psychosocial support. And psychosocial support comes in the form of counseling for people with mental illnesses. And the support, may not be as structured as what we are used to in biomedical practice. For example, in biomedicine, we talk about things like cognitive behavioral therapy, which is 12 structured sessions where you see a counselor and you come again and again. But the advantage of these traditional forms of counseling is that, it plays the same role, because what it does is it addresses the psychological difficulties that a patient with mental illness is facing. And what they do is that they provide very patient-centered solutions, and the solutions that they provide are very culturally appropriate. And maybe I'll just give an example of a study that was done about 8 years ago that was trying to look at traditional practices of healing in epilepsy. And some of the reasons that people give for why they prefer traditional healers for psychosocial support to biomedical practitioners is that, one, among other things, was that they gave them a lot of time and they gave them very logical explanations for the causes of their disease. And this is important for the reason that, remember, when we talk about mental illness, even in the context of biomedicine, we are talking about two things. We're talking about the mind and behavior. Now, these two concepts are very complex and they're very broad, but most importantly, they are very contextually different. And so to find someone who addresses these issues in a contextually relevant way is very important. And that's the role that traditional healers or alternative practitioners play in this community in terms of addressing mental illness.
As a person who creates contents to create awareness of mental health, in your experience, what are the advantages or disadvantages of looking at mental illness through a primarily traditional lens?
One of the things, Nelson Mandela once said that, if you talk to a man in a language they understand, it goes into their head. But if you talk to a man in their language, it goes into their heart. And what the traditional lens provides is an opportunity to speak to people about mental health using their traditional beliefs and their culture. And what this does is that it actually opens up opportunities to break the barriers of stigma, because some of the causes of stigma is just the myths around the causes of mental illness. And unfortunately, unlike physical illnesses, with mental illnesses, we do not have, laboratory measures. You can't go into the lab and get a positive depression test. There is no biochemical marker of saying you're depression positive or you're depression negative. And even when you have depression, for example, it's on a spectrum. We have people with mild forms, moderate forms, severe forms. This is not, for instance, the case with HIV or malaria. It's either you have it or you don't. But with mental illness, it's not black and white. And that's why, it's a whole spectrum. So what the traditional lens does is to just help us understand these things in our cultural context and how they present. For example, again, I'll refer to a piece of work that we tried to do, a piece of research that we tried to do, a qualitative piece of work that we tried to do to understand some of the common signs and symptoms of common mental disorders in this setting. Now, one of the disorders we were looking at was dementia. And nobody in this setting had ever heard of dementia, despite the fact that we tried to use vignettes to explain the disorder, the signs and symptoms. They did not regard dementia as a mental illness. And even depression in this setting, in some of the work that we did, they only regarded it as sadness. but not something that meets diagnostic threshold for a mental illness. So you see, unless we address this from that context or from that point of view, we are unlikely to make any strides, in breaking the stigma. And the unfortunate consequence is that people with severe forms of this disorder who can actually be helped end up not receiving any assistance at all. And then, of course, the disadvantage of this is that, just like as I've said, Kilifi is just one context. And even in Kilifi itself, there's so many different cultures. And you can imagine, how long it would take for us if we are taking a strictly cultural perspective to address this and looking at everyone's culture, context, and beliefs. Although we say, we have a lot of things in common, but then again, we have a lot of differences. This will take some time, and this will take a lot of investment and resource. And the result of this is what happens to the people with severe disorder in the meantime, like Changawa? Do we leave them chained as we address this issue at this phase? So those are just some of the disadvantages of strictly taking a traditional lens in addressing mental illnesses.
Right, now we actually see in a lot of countries, not just Kenya and not just in Kilifi County, a lot of countries we see that traditional healers, just like mental illness, people living with mental illness face stigma. Now, what are some of particular challenges of destigmatizing both mental health and traditional healing?
I think I'll begin by talking about traditional healing and perhaps, just talking, throwing it back as a question, what causes stigma in traditional healing? Where did this come from in the first place, considering this is part of our culture and, all the way from our origins? And I think one of the biggest unspoken issues is the colonial legacies that led to the stigma that is now attached to traditional medicine. And, it is an issue that remains largely unaddressed, even as we try to come up with interventions to, first of all, destigmatize traditional medicine, because, in earnest, or, speaking the plain truth is that even the medications that we use today have a basis in plants, in herbs, and in things that exist in nature, which if we keenly look at history, particularly for other disorders, we see that there are a lot of similarities or a lot of parallels between traditional medicine and biomedicine in the understanding of disorders and in their management. And so I think, just addressing what the colonial influence was in creating stigma in traditional medicine will in itself open doors to dialogue about how then we can leverage on the indigenous knowledge that still exists to try and break this barrier of stigma. And, talking about the challenges that we face in destigmatizing mental illness. Now, one thing that I've learned from just learning this project is if you want to understand something, try and change it. As I've been doing this project, I've realized that it is not just as straightforward as saying people don't know this, we want them to know this, or people don't understand this, we want them to understand it in this way. I think with mental health, one of the challenges that we have faced as enthusiasts or as people who are really keen about, breaking the stigma and changing the cycle is that we haven't given enough of a listening ear to the community, to context, to culture, to people with lived experience. And I think that those are some of the challenges that I have seen in my experience with Difu.
Just like you mentioned, traditional medicine, just like biomedicine, have the same structure. And if we make sure that we put them together, we can actually see that both of them actually help in different ways, but for the better of the people. To just go ahead, we have the next clip. Samuel Mturi, a participant of Difu Simo's initiative, speaks of his experience with mental illness and supports from family, biomedicine, and religion. Let's take a look.
Okay, my name is Samuel Mturi. I'm 21 years old and I'll be talking about my experience with mental illness. Well, first of all, I'm bipolar, and that's a condition in which people's mood swings fluctuate Like one moment you could be happy and hyper, the next moment you could be depressed and sad. So I've been having this condition for around 8 months. So at around March this year, 2019, at that time I'd been having strange dreams, and I'd be sharing with my girlfriend and telling her about the dreams, but we could just laugh them off. Then one night I had a dream that I was in a funeral. It was somebody's funeral, somebody had died. And the next morning I shared with my girlfriend, and we just laughed it off as usual. Then after 1 week, I'm working with my girlfriend. She was going home. She receives a call. And after the call, she was silent and she was crying. And I was asking her what was the problem, and she wasn't telling me anything. Then finally, she told me that her dad had been involved in an accident. So I offered to take her home, but she refused. And I was like, oh, it's okay, let her go home. So the next day she didn't come to class because we're in the same school and in the same class. Then the other day she didn't come to class again. So when she finally came to class, she was rude to me and I didn't know what was wrong. So I just thought of that. It was a way of coping with the accident. Then one night when I was asleep, I remembered that I dreamt of somebody dying. And then that's when it hit me that, you know, her father could be dead or he could be dying soon. So I was blaming myself for the accident and everything. And I also thought that maybe she remembered of the dream and that's why she was blaming me for everything. So after another week, the father passed on, and it was rough for her. And it was also rough for me because I had gotten used to that girl, and seeing her sad and angry was making me sad. But she wasn't treating me like she used to treat me. I was used to love and affection from her, but right now she was cold towards me. And I tried to commit suicide because I thought of the cause of the death and everything. But luckily I didn't die. As you can see, I'm here. I took rat poison, but the rat poison had expired, so I wasn't dead. So after that, I got depressed. I used to cry all the time. Just cry. Out of nowhere, I could just start crying. So the school doctor saw that I wasn't fit to do my exams, and I was sent home. And we broke up with my girlfriend. And I'd like to thank that my parents were supportive of me, and my friends, like, they didn't shun me off. They showed me love, and they took me to the hospital, and that's when I came to learn that I was bipolar. And right now I'm taking my medicine and I'm okay. Those one time I laid off the medicine and the depressive episodes came in, but right now I'm taking my medicines and I'm okay. So I'd like to tell the people who are like me, just continue taking your medication and know that you're normal. Anyone can be affected with mental illness, and also prayer helps, because to me, prayer and religion helped me a lot. Yeah, so that's my story. Thank you.
Mary, tell us more about this short video that we just watched, and also discuss with us the biomedical interventions.
The short video of Samuel is actually one of the outputs of the participatory video exercises that I talked about earlier. And you know what we do with these kind of videos is we show them in the community and in the presence of Samuel, and he gets to talk about his illness. Now, let me just try and draw some parallels between, you know, Samuel's story and Changawa's story. As you can see, in both cases, they sought help from different practitioners. You know, Samuel says he got help from hospital, and he also got help from faith healers, like, you know, his religious leaders who helped him cope. But as you can see, and I hope everyone gets a chance to watch Changawa's story, Samuel has a lot of insight about what he's suffering from. He has a lot of insight about his signs and symptoms, and he has a lot of insight even about his, you know, the cause of his illness, how it developed, what triggered it, you know, even attempting suicide, recovering and everything. And, you know, these are some of the what I would call positive effects of biomedical interventions. They help someone understand, what they're going through. He's talked about medication, which is one of the cornerstones or the focus of biomedical interventions. And he's also talked about side effects of medication. He talked about temporarily stopping treatment and then relapsing with depression, which is, in itself one of the challenges or one of the big criticisms of biomedical interventions. What happens, for example, when you can no longer access care, you cannot afford it, and you discontinue, and the consequences such as relapse or worsening of your condition. So but as you can see, Samuel has been adhering to his treatment. He's now able to tell his story. Thankfully, Samuel went back to university and he was able to continue with his schooling, just showing how important it is for someone to access care, because they can be very productive and meaningful members of societies if they get help very early, as is the case of Samuel.
Right. Now, are there any advantages or disadvantages of looking at mental illness through a primarily biomedical lens?
I think I've already touched on, some of the advantages, because, and I'll speak particularly about severe mental illness, for example, schizophrenia or severe depression. There is already an evidence base of treatments that work. And so one of the advantages of, the biomedical approach is that people can actually resume with their lives or continue being productive in the community if they access treatment, first and foremost, in a timely manner, and second of all, continuously, without breaking the cycles of treatment. So there is evidence that biomedicine works and it helps people to get better. And of course, we do know that, of course, there are measurable chemical changes in the brain that tell us, this person is having depression or not. For example, the imbalances in things like dopamine and serotonin, which are neurotransmitters in the brain. So biomedicine helps us understand better, what are the chemical processes that are happening in our brain, or at least they provide some explanation. And we cannot overlook this advantage. We cannot say that it is not helping at all, because it in fact is helping. But of course, some of the disadvantages of just strictly using the biomedical approach is, like I said, we miss out on context, and we miss out on, alternative forms of psychosocial support, which begs the question, even if the person recovers, what is their quality of life like? Are they able to be reintegrated back to the community because of the stigma and the discrimination? And I guess we'll be talking about this later, but this is why we say that there's no panacea. There's no one way of doing this, and we must use many approaches in a combined form if we are to make any progress in addressing stigma.
Right. Now, you've actually touched on the disadvantages and advantages. Of course, you touched on them earlier, but could you tell us some of the advantages that you have observed in using a holistic approach to supporting people living with mental illness?
I think this boils down to, what our end goal usually is when we are thinking about a person with mental illness. Over and above everything else, we are interested in having this person have the best quality of life that they can. Now, remember, quality of life in itself is a construct that is defined by the society that you live in, the culture that you live in. And I think everybody wants to feel like they're a useful member of the community. So, thinking about what biomedicine can do, it can minimize the signs and symptoms of these disorders, and, make you functional so that you're able to function. For example, in the case of schizophrenia, it reduces symptoms of aggressiveness, bizarre behavior, etc. But also thinking about the alternative forms, the alternative methods, the psychosocial support, can open avenues for you to be able to reintegrate back to your community. The faith healing, it works on your psyche, in the mind, on your mind, like we said, which is a very important part of, giving you that desire to continue living your life. You might have no symptoms, but if within yourself you have no willpower to do anything, then what becomes of your quality of life? So using quality of life as our main focus, we think that if all these practitioners come together and work in synergy, then the outcome will be not only will the patient have no symptoms, but they'll also have a very good quality of life.
Right. Now, we're actually going to go to the Q&A. We just got a question from the audience. This one is, how have you managed to introduce traditional healing methods? Has there been pushback in policy and institutional settings?
You know, I would just start by saying, so this is one of the things that Difu Simo has been very keen about, not, you know, imposing or introducing anything, but perhaps the question would be, how have we managed to just open those avenues for dialogue? And one of the ways in which we've done this is to create setups or meetings where these different practitioners actually come together and debate issues that they don't agree on. I must be honest and say some of the very first meetings were very chaotic because there was no consensus about, you know, which approach to take. And the reason we realized at the very beginning was that we were taking the wrong approach. At the beginning, our focus was on the practice of these two groups of people. And then we changed focus and we now say, how about focusing on the patient? Now, when we changed our focus from the practice of the different practitioners to the patient's well-being, we found that they actually had one goal or one interest in common, which was to see the patient get better. And that is the point at which, you know, as moderators, we said, now how can the different practitioners work together to get the patient better? And it has been very successful. And let me give you a very practical output that we've had from this campaign itself is that for patients who come to see biomedical practitioners, one of the things the care provider does, the biomedical practitioner, is to encourage them to actually come with their traditional healer or their faith healer in the next visit. And what the biomedical practitioner does is to explain the treatment regimen to the traditional healer or to the faith healer, and to tell them to continue providing psychosocial support or the talk therapies, talk to them, but also encourage them to take treatment. That's something that's actually happening right now in practice. So that has been a very overwhelmingly positive outcome of the campaign.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. That's actually most of the time that we had on this panel. Thank you very much, Mary, for sparing time to speak to us again. And I hope it gets a bit chilly or cold wherever you are. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, that was Mary Bitta, a mental health researcher and Difu Simo's principal investigator. That is all the time we have for today. She actually touched on various forms of mental health intervention that people can use to heal mental illnesses. Thank you very much for staying with us, and stay tuned because more is coming.
By society, and is all about norms, perceptions, values, and how this affect access, control, decision-making power, etc. And just like there are a range of factors that affect gender, there are also factors, what we call social determinants of health, that affect access to health and people's well-being in general.
Most importantly, it's also our responsibility, particularly as African women, to think about mental health in a decolonial framework, because it gives us the tools to start to think about art as a way to contribute to healing.
One of the things that's going to help us push this mental health agenda forward is breaking ourselves free from culture's shackles.
Thank you very much, Zwena and Mary. So one of the gentlemen featured in the short clip said, people around me showed me love as they were struggling with bipolar disorders. I really think that like showing love to people struggling with mental health illnesses is one of the most caring acts that we can do as human beings. So thank you so much, Mary Bitta, and the courageous voices that actually were featured in these short clips. That was Difu Simo or Breaking Free. So before we transition to our next session, I would like to introduce our special guest of the day, Joy Slam. So she's a Belgian poet and spoken word artist of Italian and Burundian origin. After studying literature, Joy discovered the spoken word poetry and evolved alongside poetry enthusiasts she met on stage and during her writing workshop that she led. In 2013, Joy received the Parole Urbaine Prize. In 2015, she published a collection of poems with Nostrum edition, L'Arbre sans racines d'un pays sans soleil. Beautiful. And in 2016, she produced her first musical project in collaboration with Yuri Asali. which toured in Belgium, France, and Reunion Islands. And in 2017, she released her first album under artistic direction of Picho Womba Konga, Tram 25, a true concert show. The album toured in music and poetry festivals around the world. With her second album, L'Art de la Joie, Joy takes the next step in her musical journey that brings together her literary and cultural influences, accompanied by eclectic and mixed groups. And in 2020 alone, she has published a collection of poems called Hybrid, and next week she'll be publishing a literary essay called Ensauvagement. Welcome, Joy.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining the festival. Can you tell us a little bit more how you heard about Hamwe Festival?
Sorry?
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you heard about the festival?
Yeah, first, sorry for my English. I'm really more comfortable in French, but I'll do my best. So I have a friend, Deborah Giranezza. She speaks to me about the festival, and I thought it was really interesting because I use poetry in my workshop, and in school, but with some publics who had traumatized too. And so I think really that poetry is a social tool to express ourselves. And for me, it's really important that every person can express herself, the truth for herself, and especially about women, but all the people and young people and all the people that we don't hear their voice a lot, I think, not enough that voice. So young people, women, and black people, for example, in Belgium, minority, for me it's really important that there is not someone who speaks for you, but you can speak for yourself.
I love that. And also before we came to stage, we were talking about the social engagements that you've been having in the recent years or months. Can you tell us a little bit more about those?
Yeah, so my activities are in two parts. There is my career, recording, performance, writing, commands and things like that, and workshops who are for me really important because poetry is a really good tool to free speech, and person can choose what I want to say, or I want to say, and some girls speaks about abuse, about excision, for example, and there is an important group effect, especially with women, with empowerment. Okay, if she can say that, if I can do it too. So I think it's really important that we have model and example of people who can speak about their problem, their trouble, their experiences, and you think, okay, it's not my story, but I can tell my story too. So I think it's really, really important. And the first rule for me when I lead a workshop is we don't apologize for anything. So when you are on stage, you don't apologize how you speak, if your poem is long or short, or if there is a lot of rhymes or not. No, every people can speak and tell his story and his truth. So we first learn to be tolerant about the other, but about yourself too. It's really important. Don't judge yourself. Don't judge your speech. Don't judge your poetry. Just share with the people. For me, it's really, really important. And with the COVID, we have to adapt our activities. So, for example, there is a project with poem for mourning for people who lost someone, for the families, because the family of the dead couldn't have a real funeral. So we spoke about with the family about the person who's dead, and we try to write the best poem to make honor to these people, and it's something that the family can share and send even on internet, or and something who can stay after For me, the first poem I wrote was Mutama, and it was after the death of my grandfather. And for me, the poetry has to accompany, I don't know the...
Accompany?
Yeah, accompany the death and all the things we want to say to those people and we can't say. I think that poetry can do that.
Poetry can be part of healing. Your English is great, by the way.
Sorry.
Yeah, and you also touched base on an important component you have been covering throughout this festival, the element of loss. We haven't touched necessarily about mourning, but now since a COVID times and in European context, we have seen a lot of people who passed due to COVID. For you, were using poetry as a way of comforting the people who came to you, and you felt that there was that process that your poetry could contribute to. Yes, and with the youth that you have worked with particularly, how did healing look like for them when they were using poetry?
There is always a lot of cry, and before COVID, we always had physical contact, and because it's been a long time that I write for people, and I write their story, their emotion, their feelings. Sometimes they ask me, okay, I want to say that to one person, can you help me? And we can see sometimes I have the impression that I just write what people told me, but when they see it in a poem and they hear it, they're like, oh, wow, it's different. It's really different when you have something in your heart or in your head. But when you hear another people who give you that story with a good form, with rhymes and things like that, there is a lot of emotion. And I think for the family, it's really important because it's not for nothing that we need to rassembler, bring together when someone is dead. It's really important. And you can just say, okay, we cannot bring together for funerals and that's it. We need to share that, to share our sadness, to share our memories about this person. It's really important. So I think that we can do that with poetry because we speak with different members of the family and everyone give us something about the person and we write and we put all of this together to try to really honor the people who's not here anymore.
That's beautiful. It's actually connected to the conversation we had this morning when we started the day about how art is universal, and it's also connected to one of the experiences that was shared with by one of the panelists yesterday, I think, talking about how they have been using poetry for youth in prison, and how actually poetry has been used as a tool for self-expression, but also a tool for change. If you want to influence, let's say people with power about the change that needs to be done. It's really great to see how everything is interconnected. Yes. So you also recently published L'Art de la Joie, your second album. And since this is a festival, would it be possible for you to perform for us a little bit?
Yeah, with pleasure. I can.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. La joie, c'est la bouée qui me sauve de la noyade, la boussole qui accompagne mon voyage. C'est un choix, un vrai combat parfois. Mais comment la trouver quand tout s'effondre autour de toi? Je m'inspire de ceux qui illuminent la pénombre, qui savent me rappeler que toutes les pentes se remontent. Je pense à ceux qui restent droits parmi les décombres, qui gardent la tête froide quand la tempête gronde. J'admire ceux qui ont la foi même si la route est longue, qui incarnent le changement que je veux voir dans le monde. Je gratte une allumette quand mon âme est sombre. Je réponds des poèmes quand on me parle en nombre. Loin des chemins tracés, je m'arrête à l'intersection. Je découvre la beauté dans ce qu'ils appellent imperfection et tant pis pour la règle, moi je retiens l'exception. La joie, un art, beaucoup de travail, une part de don, une terre qu'on cultive à la sueur de son front.
Oh, wow, that's so beautiful. Since your English is great, I'm just going to invite you to tell us a little bit about that text.
Oh, my English is not great, but yeah, The Art of Joy is the name of a book that I really love. And for me, it's my recettes. Recipe, yes. About all the things when I'm really sad, when I'm really dark, when I have the impression that there is no beauty in the world, or for when I'm really depressed, I give all the little things who can put me on the light.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Joy. So please continue engaging with her and her work using her Facebook page, Joy Slam.
Yeah, Joy Slam Poesie.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Hamwe Festival. We are fostering a strong collaboration between health sectors and the creative industries. So our next session is a project called mumtima, sizawekha, which is a mental health project that can translate as if you have a burden, you do not have to carry it on your own. So it's a program made of global health artists talking about mental health, stigma, and mental health support. It will be moderated by Sharon Kalimba, whom you've also met through this festival, but I would like to introduce her again. So Sharon is a screenwriter and journalist by profession. She focuses on educational storytelling through art. She's an enthusiastic and member of the poetry and spoken word community here in Rwanda. She's passionate about stylistic and inclusive creative work. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Hello once again from Hamwe Festival, and this session will be on mumtima, sizawekha mental health project. And I am so happy to be alive today where Africa and the African youth can get together from all over the world, no matter how distant we are from each other, and talk about African mental health and the stigma that comes with it. I am very delighted to introduce to you the panel for today, which is made of the mumtima, sizawekha mental health project. It will be from the members of this project from Malawi, introducing to you Lekodi Magombo, who is the program manager for students with dreams at Art Glow. And he is passionate about art and the role that the youth play in empowerment and the development of mental health. She is also, together with this team is Tilinao Lamba, who is a counseling psychologist and the co-founder of a person-centered and structured guidance of cognitive behavioral therapy. She is adept in psychoeducation and art play therapy for children. I will also have on my panel Pindu Zai Banda, who is a singer and performer and a poet with Nyokasi Joyce Madise. Please say hello if you are on this discussion. Pindi Zai Banda. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
Nyokasi Joyce.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi.
And Lekodi Gombo.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Yes. And lastly, Tilinao Lamba.
Hi. How are you? Good to be here.
Yes, I will just quickly and briefly go through the mumtima sizawekha project with Lekodi Gombo. And yes, please briefly and just go through this mumtima project. Yes.
So mumtima sizawekha, it's in our traditional Malawian tongue in Malawi, where it's looking into issues of mental health stigma and trying to use arts in order to bridge that gap between what is happening in the community and then using art as a means to connect individuals and allow them to open up for further conversation. So it's both online in that it's engaging youth from all around, trying to continue the conversation with artists such as Cass and Pindu, who have been helping us to sort of like do these engagements online. And then on the ground, we're working with youth from the local community and university in order to see how they can use human-centered and arts approaches to try to tackle mental health stigma as best as they can with the limitations that they have here on the ground. So Tilina will speak more about, because we're trying to learn from this and see how we can share it. So she'll speak more about like the research side and how we're planning to expand this further so that other people can learn and see how it applies in different contexts.
Yeah, so part of the project that we are doing has to do with conducting research as well, because we have seen the effects of so many psychological struggles that a lot of people are going through in the past several months. And just in 2020 alone, there have been so many cases of assaults, so many cases of suicides that have been coming up, and so many other things that we think partly tie into the fact that people have not been able to come forward with the struggles that they're going through. And one of the reasons why a lot of people might decide not to share what they're struggling with is the stigma that they might face within their communities. So what we're trying to do is collaborate with the Art and Global Health Center. I work at the University of Malawi. I teach psychology. And so what we're doing is we're using an academic approach combined with an artistic and a participatory arts approach. We would like to go into the communities and collect data, both quantitative and qualitative, just to boost a conversation about what are people's attitudes towards others who have different types of mental illnesses. How do they approach a person who they think might have a mental illness of some sort, just to get an understanding of what is the nature of stigma, what are the things that are keeping people bound and not able to open up about the struggles that they have. Hopefully, once we get to that and we have a better understanding of that, then the project can then grow and we can
share the learnings with others, and they can adapt it to different contexts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Artists.
Sorry, could you repeat the mic?
The sound went off.
Yes.
You mentioned that the objective is for these students, the students that you get to train on mental health and the stigma, who got to carry on and discuss with people in the communities. How do you get the students to learn about it, or how do they do that? Just quickly so that we can know how this project is running.
No problem. So the first part is we've already pre-selected some students from across different disciplines around at the university campus here. So then from there, we'll give them a sort of brief training to sort of like equip them and bring them to the point where they can engage the community of youth that are around on these issues, and also their fellow students around. The idea is that we don't want to just bring them out into the cold, but we want them to at least have an idea or a sense of where to go and how to go about finding more information. Then from there, they're gonna work now with those same youth to come up with solutions, and hopefully they'll come up with some interesting solutions that then we'll see using a human-centered approach can be applied in different contexts.
Is it run just by students, or you also get to be engaged, their team itself?
Well, the research part is something that we as part of the team are really taking a very definite role in. Like Lekodi is saying, part of the training that we're going to do with the students when they start up the project is to kind of familiarize them with issues to do with mental health and mental illness, and also how to use participatory arts to go into a community and collect data. How can they start up conversations in a participatory way? And throughout the whole process, we are going to be working with the students, and they are going to receive guidance, but the solutions, once they go into the community and they have engaged in conversation, the solution of what are some of the best ways that other community members can take part in conversation, those are going to come purely from the students themselves.
And this is building on our technique at Art Glow, where we've used this in the past to tackle issues around gender-based violence, violence against women and girls, sexual reproductive health, and other avenues. So we've seen the power that youth, engaging youth, can have in order to create change. So this is just the next level to try to see how they can do that.
Yes, thank you. I just saw that and I felt it would be great if it is highlighted. And now we are about to have a pre-recorded performance by Pindu Zaibanda.
There is power in the spoken word. There is power in speech, power in simply opening one's mouth to speak. There is a humble magic that comes to life when letters roll around your tongue and sparks fly when you let them out. There is a reason for the spells spoken out loud and the gentle but steady rising of your voice when you pray. There is healing in the spoken words, so please speak to me. Tell me your secrets with your eyes closed and allow me to guard them with the cage around my heart. Tell me about the man who touched you where the flowers grew, and let me help you burn the weeds that followed in his wake. Tell me of the nights you spent trying to father yourself into a better man. Unclench your fist, let me hold your hand. Tell me of the holes in your dreams and allow me to patch them together with my own. Just please speak. There is a difference in the spoken word. One sentence could change that orphan boy's life the way those 4 words changed yours. You could be bearing someone's blessing on the tip of your tongue or have the answers to my prayers caught in your throat. You could have that power, so please speak. Speak up, speak volume, speak things into existence, speak with the audacity to believe that you are actually saying something. Be that voice, be brave, break the silence, just please speak. There is strength in the spoken word. Talk yourself off that ledge, one noose after the other. Tell yourself a bedtime story in which you do the saving and are not the damsel. Raise your voice at the voices in your head, telling you that you are not good enough, that you are not worth it. Then whisper gently at the parts of you that still need loving. Just please speak. There is power in the spoken word. There is freedom and liberation for souls long caged. In the spoken word is the song of a bird cage, the secret of a heart note, and love letters waiting to be read. There is power in the spoken word. So please, speak. Speak to me, speak to someone, reach out, just please speak.
That was very beautiful. I was very moved right now. I really love the poem and especially the part where she sings that tell yourself bedtime stories when you are the one who does the saving and not the Denzel. I hope I had it really well. So Pindu, how are you? How are you feeling today?
Doing.
Hi Pindu. Pindu.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. So could you please tell us about the inspiration behind the piece that we just listened to and viewed and how it relates to mental health stigma and how does this art project contribute to tackling social justice issues, whether it's in your country, Malawi, or anywhere else in the continent?
At a point where I wanted very much to write new
We cannot quite get you. Can
Right,
you?
for months. Remember why I started writing in the first.
Please say that again.
Okay.
I'll just, in the meantime, share the other performance from Nyakasi, so we can get to hear more.
I'm from Malawi, and welcome to our show.
Where you going, little child? Don't you know? Where you going, little child? Don't you know? Listen to the fearsome breeze and the waves crash on the shore. Then you know, little child, where you belong. Have you ever heard of the expression, as many as there are grains of sand? That's what people call themselves, isn't it? Well, you see, I prayed to the wind to take me nowhere. The wind brought me to the walk. Underneath me, I could feel every single grain of sand. White, gold, and beautiful. This unanimous force, what we know as almost nothing, is made up of these individual, unique, white and golden little gems. You are a grain of sand. I am proud to be a grain of sand. Golden and gleaming in the sunlight, soaking up the water, dancing in the wind and in the breeze, being a part of something that is bigger than myself. Knowing that whenever someone tries to walk on me, no matter how little they think I am or how big they think they are, they will always feel me under their toes. Indestructible, individual, part of something bigger than myself. I am a grain of sand, and maybe, just maybe, I know where I belong.
Hey, everyone.
A beautiful piece from Nyokasi. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Nyokasi, are you online? Are you available?
Hey, here I am. Can you hear and or see me?
I can hear you. I can hear
Hello?
you, yes.
Lovely,
Yes,
all right.
Yes, I can even see you now. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Had a busy day, but I'm still good. How are you?
I'm okay too. We would just love to hear you go through this piece briefly and tell us about the inspiration. How did it come up, and how has it been a way to deal with any social justice and the stigma around mental health for you?
Thank you. So the piece is called A Grain of Sand, and I wrote it some time back when I was volunteering by the beach. As someone who struggles with mental health, I power through a mental health illness. I don't like to say I suffer from a mental health illness. I power through a mental health illness. I often feel insignificant. You know, when you experience a lot of anxiety and a lot of panic day to day, you feel like you're not important. You feel like it's not that nothing matters, but what you do doesn't matter. You feel so small in the world. In the grand scheme of things, you are not important. So when I went to the beach, every time I walked on the sand or on the shore with my feet, I would always feel the sand, and I would always think about how tiny these little specks of sand are, and yet they still make such an impact on something as big as me. So it made me realize that even on the days that I'm feeling so small, on the days that I feel like I don't contribute anything, on the days I feel unworthy, I am still that grain of sand that is still important and contributes to something bigger to myself. I like to talk about my mental health in my art and using my poetry and my music. I'm a musician as well, because I like to normalize people talking about mental health, because people will realize that mental health is a right. The more they talk about it, the more they normalize it, you know? People should talk about going to therapy so easily. People should talk about their struggles with their mental health so easily. It's not a weakness. I always compare it with having a headache. You know, there are like so many stages of having a headache. But at some point, once you get a headache, you consult someone, even if it's not a doctor. But you talk to a friend, you talk to your mom, you talk with someone about it. Oh, I've got a headache, you know? So if we can do that with your physical head, what about the mental that's inside the head? We should normalize seeking mental health, talking about mental health, so that people realize that it's a right. Then from there, we can now look at it in the grand scheme of social justice, when people realize that it's something they deserve and it's something that they must have access to as right.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a very wonderful way to look at it. Has this piece been a source of healing for you in any way? Any personal way?
Yeah, I think it has been a source of healing, because so the first time that I did this piece, and that was at the launch of mumtima, sizawekha, it was nice to notice on the Facebook comments how people would encourage and strengthen me, to let me know that I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who feels insignificant. And that's one of the beautiful things about art. You get to realize that there's someone else who shares those feelings. There's someone else who feels the same way about you. And art is a source of healing. You know, I'm releasing an EP next year, a musical EP, and 90%, if not 100% of the songs has got one or two things to do with my mental health. So art definitely is a form of therapy. And I'm so glad that Mumtima Sizawekha is here to teach even us artists how to use our art better as a source of therapy, because it just doesn't come automatically. When you express yourself, then you'll be healed, even though it is a source of healing. But it's good to have professionals guide you on how you can do it better and how you can use it better, and how you can communicate through your art to other people as well who are struggling, or other people who know other people who are struggling, so that we can be able to come up with solutions and to understand each other together as a community.
That's really good. Is Pindu available now?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. I was just about to ask you on your piece to tell us more about the engagement. So if there has been any conversations that you have had from this piece that you just shared, and how did people get to react? Tell us just a little bit more about it.
So with when I wrote myself why I started writing poetry as a way to myself to put together my, but then also just use my voice to tell other people.
It is still very difficult to hear what you're saying.
We're speaking about me. You wrote this.
Sorry, Pindu, we cannot hear you. Can I go back to Lekodi and Tili now?
The network connection is terrible.
Yeah, but I can hear bits of what you're saying, but I can't get everything that you're saying. I'll just move on to ask something else to Lekodi Gombo, and to just tell us about the impact that this project has had so far, and what does its future look like in terms of how far it has gone, and the successes that it has had. How much impact has it had so far?
So from the original concept, because it took a long time to actually put together, because it's kind of been a passion project, and was afraid of maybe people won't receive it well, but then that initial launch, Mumtima sizawekha, we got an overwhelming amount of support and conversation. And just here in Malawi, we ended up getting support from like the district health offices and the sort of like people who work in psychology and mental health around in the city, as Zomba is one of the main areas where mental health is being treated in Malawi. So this was really good, like initial momentum. And then seeing this as well, we've been getting more and more interest in terms of like trying to expand the idea and working with more and more youth. So our hope is that as we continue to move forward, we can like expand this idea to the point where we can share our learnings with others from all across the continent to like see how we can best use arts in order to support ending the conversation on mental health stigma and trying to make it more inclusive for individuals, and especially young people, to lead the charge.
What are some of the stigmas around mental health have you really been seeing? Have you seen making a remarkable turnaround with this project? What stigmas around mental health have you been remarkably seeing change through your project?
So I guess the first part is it's still very early days to actually have a measure at this point. But just from the initial conversations and what like the students who have started to be a part of this project have found out, just people are feeling more open to actually speak about it and they want to do something about it. So our hope is now once they get past this first stage of the research and understanding, when they're doing the implementation, this will now reflect in action by some of the other students as well, joining them on the ground.
I think I could just add to that as well, that one of the biggest issues of stigma that comes up with areas of mental health has to do with ignorance, that people don't really understand what the issue is with mental illness, what could be the cause, whether it's a spiritual issue, whether it's something that can actually be passed on. So there's a lot of avoidance and a lot of negative reactions from people that I believe can be helped if people have a greater understanding. So even just explaining what depression is or anxiety and how that can affect a person and how they can get help for it, those things could be very useful. So as much as the stigma is there and it's based very much in ignorance for the most part, I believe that one of the things that this project is doing a very good job at is starting up conversation. Just as Nyokase said, to just have more conversation, more people just talk about something so that it can become an open thing and it's not shrouded in secrecy and mystery. And the more people talk about it, the more openly others come forward all the time to say, you know, I've also had a similar experience, I've also had a struggle like that. So the more it's talked about, the less I believe the stigma is going to have that hold and that power.
Thank you for saying that. I just also came up with how you are a researcher and you also do art and play therapy for children.
Yes.
Now. So I wanted to ask you around the way that we are all trying to break the stigma around. Are you also involving children in getting to get the idea as early as possible to not have any negative or other stigmas around their mental health as early as possible? Is that also part of what you do, or it is just these students who are already in university?
Well, for now, the project that we're doing is targeting students who are in university and looking at other youth within the communities who are going to be involved in the study. But in my personal practice, I do work with children as well. And most of the reason why children respond the most to art and play in therapy is because they don't really have as much of an understanding about probably their own emotions or how to express themselves. And so doing something else instead of just sitting face to face and talking, that can be a better way to engage with children. So I think it's important to have children understand from an early age issues about their emotions, even just helping them to name emotions. Maybe a child doesn't know that this thing I'm feeling right now, this is disappointment, or this is sadness or something. So even just helping a child to be able to say, I feel sad, and then to acknowledge that, all right, you feel sad. Well, it's okay to feel sad. Sometimes after a while, you'll feel better. I believe those are good starts, and that's something that can build up to something greater even as they're growing.
Sorry, we can't hear the mic.
Sorry, we can't hear you, unfortunately.
Nyokasi.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, there you are. We have Pindu as well on the line.
Sorry, what?
We have Pindu here in Malawi on the line, if you still want to talk to her.
I am unable to get to her, but if she's online, I can talk to her. Pindu?
Pindu?
Well, I'll just straight out go to what I was going to ask to Nyokasi as well and ask it to Pindu. Like I just asked her about the reactions or engagements that she got after the piece that she just shared with us. I wanted to ask her on how this very specific time of COVID and around the stigma that has been around mental health in Africa, how did it personally go as far as creativity goes? And if she has been a sensation or a role model to other people who are trying to express these things in other ways that are not involved in any artistic way. So those are two questions, actually. I wanted to ask about the engagements or any reactions that she got from the piece that she just shared, and to also tell us how it went for her in this very specific time, and if she ever got to be a role model to newer people just because she portrayed everything through her spoken word.
Okay, thank you. So I don't even know where to start. My thoughts are all jumbled up. But when I wrote Speak, I was at a point where I really needed to remind myself why I started writing in the first place. So I sat down and thought, well, I started writing because I wanted to express myself. I wanted to channel my emotions and my feelings in a way that made sense. And I realized that I could not only tell my own story, but other people's stories as well. So I've constantly had people coming up to me and saying, Pindu, you were writing about me, you were speaking about me. And that in itself is empowering, because you're able to take your art and not only see yourself through your art, but also have other people see themselves. And that has been a very powerful thing for me. With COVID, it's been really difficult to engage in art, especially because the platforms that we have are platforms that are usually accessed by physically being available. And so we've had to think of creative ways to engage. We've had to have online poetry sessions, and it's not the same, but still you find a way and you soldier through, and you find that art is still art, no matter what the channel is, no matter what the medium is. So all through this, it's been a learning process. It's been an empowering process. It's been realizing that not only is it important for me to speak to other people, but then also sitting in front of the mirror and speaking to myself, that's an important thing as well. And so it's also something that I've been encouraging my friends to do, to say, you need to be able to tap into your emotions, to recognize what they are. Like Calene said, to be able to recognize them and accept that they're there and that they will change from time to time. So doing that with yourself as well, that's a very important thing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll just go with one question that can be answered by all of you quickly as we wrap up this session, is what can you wish for the future of this project or engagement as ArtGlow and mumtima, sizawekha? I'll start with Tilanao and Lekodi, and we go next to Nyokasi and lastly Pindu, and we are wrapping up this session. Please be as brief as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, I'm hoping for more conversation. I'm hoping for more engagement, more understanding about issues of mental health, less stigma, and more collaboration among people.
So I'm hoping that the young people can take more of an active role in trying to change the conversation because they have so much power. And from experience, I know how much just a movement of young people can do so much.
Yokasi?
Yeah, I'm hoping that this project really opens up more young men, particularly, to be able to share, to be able to explore and talk about their mental health, to look after each other more, to be able to be more open about these conversations, even just outside COVID, to realize that their mental health every single day is important, especially the young men. That's what I'm looking forward to.
That's wonderful. Anything from Pindu?
I am looking forward to more art being created from the personal experiences of different people, being able to take all the pain, all the confusion, and channeling it into something beautiful that everyone can appreciate.
Yes, thank you very much to the four of you. It's a wonderful and exciting thing to see going on, to get together the African youth to talk about everything. And it's a great methodology to use arts so that we can get together and we are all together in this movement. And we hope for the best for what it is that you are looking for. And we hope to close this gap as much and in a very healthy way as much as we can. Thank you so much for your time and your contribution and your ideas. I really wish all the best to your project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that is all we had from today's session with the team of mumtima, sizawekha by Outglow. We are still going on with the festival. Please keep tuning in with the hashtag and all the Twitter and all social media. Please be sure to contact UGHE for all these resources and website. And thank you. Please keep watching everything that we are going through and keep supporting everything that we are doing. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful, good evening.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we were also exploring the role of culture. Really, our mission is to create an enabling environment for art in health to exist, and also a learning environment from this initiative to benefit as much as possible from the perspective of artists and other creative to solve global health problems.
The arts have a critical role to play. We need to incorporate the arts in the training of doctors and in the professional development of doctors, because we want to make sure that healthcare will remain a profoundly human relation. So yes, the arts have a very important role to play in medical education.
abahanzi abanyabugeni bashobora kudufasha muri sensibilisation, imyumvire ikazamuka, bashobora kudufasha gukumira ibyerekeye n'ihezwa, noneho abahanzi bashobora no kudufasha mu kuvura. Umuntu yo afite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe aba akeneye guhumurizwa n'ubuhanzi rimwe na rimwe. Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe kuko ntekereza ko ari ikintu gishya muri iki gihugu, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije.
Basically, I'm telling my story as a person who suffered from depression. I want my work to talk to parents. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves.
My art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences. And I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me, and as a result, I'm also helping other people, and we're also, you know, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension.
Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntago twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi. Niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa, no mu buzima busanzwe.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what, you know, mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before. So this was more of a chance for me to share and open up with people that I believe are close to me, in a sense of closing a gap of not being stigmatized because of what I do or because of my behavior, which is very common with people who choose to take a career in art.
And the panelists, you just reminded us that crying isn't weak. And also Tiliana talked about how sometimes stigma is due to ignorance. The more people talk about mental health, the more people come forward. Let's continue engaging around this particular issue. And also let's teach children to be familiar talking about their emotions, expressing their sadness or joy. But also as adults, let's do the same to ensure that we are encouraging each other to talk and open up a little bit more about mental health. You also encouraged us to have more collaboration in order to reduce the levels of stigma. And we also talked about how many young people should be taking active actions when it comes to mental health, especially young men who sometimes with the cultural norms are not allowed to express their emotions or talk about their mental health status. So we're trying to really cross this gap, and that was the encouragement from Sharon. So our next session, it's actually a performance by Kaya. She's a Rwandan singer, performer, creative writer, and ukulele self-taught instrument who combines singing, performing, and ukulele compositions to express and communicate. Her story with music started as a kid who used to sing in church and later on developed her talent in high school. She started her art career professionally in 2017. Kaya's performance, we're going to be exploring her performance today. And for people who know her, they say that she has a divine voice. So over to you, Kaya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me tonight. So the first song that I'm gonna sing is, we all know the light, right? The light defines happiness, good feelings and everything. And as most of us might know, it's not always that we have the light. Sometimes comes the dark. And whenever the dark comes, please don't shut down. Don't let the dark win, all right? So let's go. I'm with Let Me Tell You. Sometimes it gets dark, too dark to see, too dark to know how I feel nothing. Sometimes my thoughts are going on, not because I want to, but I can't stop it. Ooh, I love this feeling. Oh, how I love this feeling. Lord, please save me. I cry. Lord, please save me. I cry. When the time comes, don't shut down. Lord, please save me. I cry. Lord, please save me. I cry. When the time comes, don't shut down. Sometimes it gets dark.
Sometimes it gets dark, too dark to talk, too dark to see people around me. The whole mood disappears. Sometimes my thoughts are gone, not because I want to, but I can't stop it. Ooh, I love this feeling. Oh, how I hate this feeling. Lord, please save me. I cry. Lord, please save me. I cry. When the time comes, don't shut down. Lord, please save me. I cry. Lord, please save me. I cry. When the time comes, don't shut down. Lord, please save me. I cry. Lord, please save me. I cry. When the time comes, don't shut down. So the next song is called Kami. In Kinyarwanda, there is a proverb that we have that says, Kami kamuntu n'umutima we, which means like only you, it's only you who knows yourself. So you know your struggles and you know your ups and you know your downs. So if you give up on yourself, nobody else is gonna, get you up. So you have yourself, so you have to love yourself first. Put yourself first before everything. That's a little bit selfish, but like, that's all you need to keep yourself up. Not to be selfish for a while. You were here, alone at first, so appreciate too far. Not to be selfish for a while. You were here, serve your mental health first. If you can't, then seek for help. Thanks for having me tonight, Hamwe Festival 2020. Had a lot of fun. Thanks.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we're also exploring the role of culture. Really, our mission is to create an enabling environment for art in health to exist, and also a learning environment from this initiative to benefit as much as possible from the perspective of artists and other creatives to solve global health problems.
The arts have a critical role to play. We need to incorporate the arts in the training of doctors and in the professional development of doctors, because we want to make sure that healthcare will remain a profoundly human relation. So yes, the arts have a very important role to play in medical education.
abahanzi abanyabugeni bashobora kudufasha muri sensibilisation, imyumvire ikazamuka, bashobora kudufasha gukumira ibyerekeye n'ihezwa, noneho abahanzi bashobora no kudufasha mu kuvura. Umuntu yo afite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe aba akeneye guhumurizwa n'ubuhanzi rimwe na rimwe. Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, kuko ntekereza ko ari ikintu gishya muri iki gihugu, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije.
Basically, I'm telling my story as a person who suffered from depression. I want my work to talk to parents. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves.
My art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences. And I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me. And as a result, I'm also helping other people. And we're also, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension.
Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntago twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi, niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa no mu buzima busanzwe.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before, so this was more of a chance for me to share and open up with people that I believe are close to me, in a sense of closing a gap of not being stigmatized because of what I do or because of my behavior, which is very common with people who choose to take a career in art.
Thank you so much, Kaya. So you just talked about how kamika n'umutima we. So everybody is busy, which is actually an invitation to even stay closer to each other, to ensure that we are supporting each other, listening to each other, and be there for each other when we need it, especially when we are suffering from different mental health issues. So we do have more performances coming soon. We're going to be exploring the theme of colonial legacies through performances. Stay tuned for that. And we're also going to be having the closing session later on today. But before that, our next conversation is called Decolonization, from public spaces to intimate spaces. We are going to be having this session that is going to be moderated by Agatoni. She'll introduce the session as well as the panelists. Agatoni, take it away. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this year's edition of Hamwe Festival. Thank you for joining us today for a conversation with Sethembile Msezane. The topic today is decolonization, from public spaces to intimate places. The theme this year is social justice and mental health. While decolonization can be understood as a historical event that resulted in the creation of politically independent states, it can more broadly refer to the delegitimization of any kind of political rule that is experienced as a relationship of subjugation to power and may occur in various contexts. The legacies of colonialism are an ongoing topic of conversation, with some noting that sectors such as education, transport systems, and the functionalities of the modern economy at large are still affected by the legacies of colonialism. And so, in line with Hamwe Festival's mission of fostering engagement between creative fields and mental health professionals, we present today a session with Sethembile Msezane, South African visual artist, public speaker, and performer on the topics of colonized spaces and their impact they can have on mental health, as well as on the role art can play in decolonizing and staging both public and private protest. Sethembile Msezane was born in South Africa. She lives and works in Cape Town. She was awarded a Master's of Fine Arts in 2017 from the Michaeli School of Fine Art, where she also completed her Bachelor of Fine Arts in 2012. Using interdisciplinary practice encompassing performance, photography, film, sculpture, and drawing, Msezane creates commanding works heavy with spiritual and political symbolism. The artist explores issues around spirituality, commemoration, and African knowledge systems. She processes her dreams as a medium through a lens of the plurality of existence across space and time, asking questions about the remembrance of ancestry. Part of her work has examined the process of myth-making, which are used to construct history, calling attention to the absence of the Black female body in both the narratives and the physical spaces of historical commemoration. Thank you for joining us, Sethembile. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tony. Thank you for the introduction. And hi to everyone present today.
Thank you, Sethembile. And so we'll start with a general question in line with the topic today. What does decolonization mean to you? What does art have to contribute to the conversation of decolonization and spaces and mental health?
Okay. So for me, decolonization has been acted out as a theory, but sometimes it is also a practice or practices that precede freedom. I feel like decolonization is a step before freedom. It's a step before what people have been fighting for years, our ancestors and current generations who are actually just crying out and wanting to exist, to know what it is to be free. And how art becomes a tool in facilitating decolonization is that we have a lot of artists, both in the past and presently, who are questioning knowledge systems that are present and knowledge systems that have been absorbed by imperialism and colonization. And they are questioning why it is that we only have a singular lens in which we understand what the world should look like, when there are many cultures and there are many existences that are not necessarily recognized by the centralized Western or colonial system. And artists are finding ways in different ways, modes of expression, through music, through film, through photography, sculpture, to express that there needs to be a change, that we can no longer have one narrative.
Thank you. And so just to add to that question, I'd ask, you've talked about art and decolonization. What do both have to say to mental health?
Art and decolonization with regards to mental health. I think, I can't speak for other artists, but I know with my own work that processing my existence, processing my thought processes, my culture, my everything happens through art. That is the gift that I've been given in this world as a profession, but also as a gift that's been given to me by my ancestors. And for me, my spirituality is very much a part of my mental health. If my spiritual health is healthy, my mental health tends to be in equilibrium with it. And if one of the areas is not balanced, I am affected. And so through my work, I process a lot through my work. And that in a way helps me grapple with some of the very difficult concepts that I feel as I move through the world. And with regards to decolonization, like I said, I think it's a step before freedom. There may be many other theories that are introduced after decolonization, because this is what racism does as well. You know, it's a distraction. It keeps on, it doesn't disappear, it refashions itself. And so in academia at the moment, the big buzzword is decolonization. But prior to that, there were words like diversity and transformation. But all of these terms and theories are basically gearing towards freedom. And so when it pertains to decolonization, I don't regard my work presently, maybe in the past, as focusing on decolonization, because I'm focusing on what it means to exist now and what it means to exist and just feel as if you're human and not have to explain that I am human, even though I am Black, that even though it's not needed, I exist.
Thank you for that answer, and we'll be bridging your past work and the current work you're doing. Your past work explores the topics of commemoration and representation in public spaces. You've been noted among the voices calling for the decolonization of public spaces. How do you define colonized spaces, or how did you define them at the time of your performance? And what effects do these places, colonized spaces, have on the mental health and well-being of people who exist in them?
Okay, long question. Okay. Colonized spaces, I would say, are an invasion of ideas, ideologies, and cultures in a space that had its own indigenous belief systems, cultures, economies, and yeah, so the ideas of other social groupings, basically Europeans in Africa, for instance, imposing their ideas and absorbing some of our knowledge systems in these public spaces, which now affects the way that people who live in these spaces today interact with each other and see themselves within these spaces. So an example of this is in 2013, I was very frustrated by the fact that I felt like I was not seen as a Black woman, just in general. And just walking on the street, I would feel very frustrated by the fact that if we were walking on a narrow pathway, that I would be expected to move aside onto the road when there were two people coming past me, and maybe those two people were men. I would be expected to walk on the road, and it's like, what makes a person think like that way, that they have more of a right to be on a narrow pathway than I do? Can we not negotiate spaces? And I think this is like very important, that in public spaces, it tends, well, in Cape Town at the time, it felt like there was no negotiation of sharing spaces or of markers that speak to specific cultural groups. The spaces here in Cape Town are very Eurocentric, in the statues, in the monuments, and the kind of architecture that is present in the city. And so that architecture, those statues, they communicates a certain kind of idea or presence that one cultural group is more important than the other. And so as a Black woman, I looked around and I could not see anything that represents me. And it made sense that this is why people in these spaces don't necessarily accommodate women just in general. And if they were statues or remembrance of some sort of women, they would be on the floor, or they would not have the same grandeur and scale as the monuments of white colonial men. And I think this was a big problem, and it still is a big problem, but I still don't think that we need more representations of statues and monuments in order to feel as if our identities are accepted in these spaces, and also to remember certain histories. I don't think that these statues help us remember.
Thank you, Sethembile. We'll be sharing an image shortly that references the topic you just mentioned of commemoration in public spaces. And I'd like to engage you on this protest and just to comment on it as soon as we're able to have the image up on screen. So we have the image on screen now, Sethembile. This is an image of you, I think, during the Rhodes Must Fall protest. Would you like to comment on what was happening and whether your thinking about public spaces has evolved since then?
So this image is not, in fact, of me. The body is mine, but the representation of the embodiment is Chepungu, who was a soapstone sculpture in Zimbabwean society in Great Zimbabwe in the 1800s. She was stolen, looted from Great Zimbabwe and given to John Cecil Rhodes, or Cecil John Rhodes, excuse me. And this small soapstone sculpture is still in his house here in Cape Town. And please repeat the question.
I wanted you to comment on your thinking about public spaces, what inspired this form of activism, and whether your thinking about public spaces has evolved since then.
Yeah, okay, so this work came 2 years after I started going into public spaces, standing on a white plinth, very statuesque, as a living sculpture on public holidays. And during this time was the Rhodes Must Fall movement. The students at the University of Cape Town were calling for this particular statue of Rhodes to be removed from the campus. But we're also asking for the decolonization of education and everything else within the university. So this was pertaining to the namings of buildings, as well as employing more Black lecturers in senior positions, and also insourcing workers instead of outsourcing them, and all of those other kind of issues. And so now how I think about public spaces or spaces just in general is I used to be quite aware of the statues and monuments, and now I move within these spaces and I feel like that's something that I had explored, and they don't bother me as much because I know that they are ghosts. But ghosts can both haunt you, but they can also just be in the background and not affect you at all. So now I feel as if these ghosts are something that don't necessarily affect me, but they exist in a system within our society that affects the way that we still engage with each other. And whose histories are important, or which subject matters within our legal system is more present than others, or is given preference over others. I find that in spaces now, I find solace in natural environments. So I like being in the mountains. I like being on the beach. I like being indoors. I like being at home. I like being with people that I care for, that I love. And I find that the home environment is less political than even the natural environments, because for instance, in the mountain is also still quite political, Table Mountain that is. And Table Mountain was actually called Werikwaho by the Koyan San. And currently they are occupying Cecilia Forest, which is part of Table Mountain, and they're calling for their land to be given back. And they're dealing with sandparks. And no one is allowed to actually sleep overnight on the mountain. But these group of people, indigenous people of South Africa, are saying that they have not been recognized in the constitution of land rights, and that their land needs to be given back as being protected by the, I think it's called UNDRIP, which is a legislation that calls for the Aboriginal or indigenous groups to have their land back. So it feels like everywhere you go, there is some sort of like political dimension of space. And I'm very aware of that, but I'm trying to find the solitude. I'm trying to find the healing stories, the sense of being in wherever I try and inhabit. So even going to talks, sometimes I hardly do that, because we talk about decolonization, but we are not ready to talk about what it is to be free yet. Or not just talk about it. I'm an action kind of person. We can only talk for so long, and then actions need to be put in place.
Thank you for that answer, Sethembile. You speak of talking and action, and this is actually a criticism that some people seem to have in reference to art-based forms of activism. It is, these forms of activism are sometimes perceived as symbolic and not driving material change. How do you position yourself in response to that perception?
I can understand that. I can understand how it feels like art-based kind of interactions can just be cultural. And they don't necessarily have material change. But if you look at the artists or the practitioners that are actually doing the work, that in itself is material change. It's someone deciding that I am going to go to Table Mountain and I'm going to spend a night there. I am going to take a video of doing this, and this is going to be the story that I'm telling, to tell the story of indigenous groups. You know, it's an act of defiance. It's an act of saying, I belong here. And if you look at the Rhodes Must Fall movement, that action of deciding that I was going to embody a spiritual bird, in talking about her needing to be given back to Zimbabwe, and also talking about the relationship between her and Cecil Rhodes, it may seem like it was a small action, and a lot of people are very confused on the day. But if you look at how widespread of a movement it has become, where people are calling for these monuments that represent colonialism to be removed, you can hardly say that art does not actually have material change within a culture, within a society. And also when you look at the fact that a lot of museums in Europe are now being forced or considering giving back some of the cultural objects and art objects that belong to Africa, you can't say that that is not material change. So I think the arts does get the message out there, and it's a more tangible way, I suppose, of people understanding systemic problems and being pushed or feeling the need to actually drive change, whether it be through legislation or, I don't know, protesting or whatever else it may be.
Thank you, Sethembile. You've spoken of healing, especially in context of ancestral spirituality. You're quoted as saying, you advocate spirituality as a form of healing. What do you believe the past has to tell us about the present? What can it teach us about the future?
I've got a very weird relationship with the past and the present and the future. I process some of my existence or relationship that I have with my ancestors through my dreams. I believe it's a space, it's a technology in itself, it's a knowledge system that they use to communicate with me, their hopes, their fears, and things that have gone wrong that they would like for me to rectify, and things in society that may be linked to other issues. And I think there's a push and a pull in my work, and I try and express some of these dreams that I have that speak to the past, but those messages sometimes speak to the present. So for instance, the work Chepungu, The Day Roads Fell, was not necessarily something that came from my own mind. I had dreams about the bird consistently before actually realizing that I was being called upon to be present on the day that the statue was being removed, because I didn't even know that the statue would be removed on that particular day. It came about in conversation with my supervisors, and they mentioned that the statue would be removed on that day. And I was like, no, it's not. They're still talking about it. They're like, no, it's being removed today at 5 p.m. And then I realized that the dreams were preparing me for that moment. And as throughout the process, I mean, that period, I was processing by making her wings and thinking about what she would look like, but not necessarily thinking that I would do anything with it. And then that day came about. And so I feel like the past came to me to prepare me for the future. And I think if we are really open to it, you don't have to be a spiritual healer. You don't have to be a man of God, woman of God, whatever you want to call it. I think we all have this, this part of us that a lot of us are afraid to tap into, where we have intuition, but we don't know how to process it. We don't know how to take it seriously, because we've been taught that basically only rationale, things that you can prove, are things that we should put our energies into. And so I think if as a people, we went back to our old technologies, listen to our dreams, our intuition, and all of those other kinds of things, those wonderful, magical things, that we would know more about what to expect in the future.
Thank you for that, Sethembile. And now you've mentioned both public spaces and intimate spaces. And we've talked about, you've referenced calling attention to the absence of the Black female body and the narratives and physical spaces of commemoration. Why have you found it necessary to engage with the particular ways Black women move through public and intimate spaces?
Because our histories matter. It's the simplest answer. Our histories matter, and we may have been left out of the imaginary of making nations, but we have contributed to making of nations. And I'm not just talking about birthing, I'm talking about the legislations and laws that have changed. You know, we have protested for what we think society should look like as people who contribute to society. And so I think for me, it was very important that those stories that we have as Black women specifically be articulated. And that if we are going to represent our histories through markers, and of which I think that we don't necessarily need to, but if we are going to do it in that way, then there should be equal histories across the board. We need women's histories there as well. We need to show them in ways that also appreciate our stories and give us a sense of self and sense of appreciation for what we are doing for our countries and nations and our families. And in intimate spaces, I think we also do a lot of work there. And we basically teach our families what it is to love. because we birth families. And I think in the home as well, there needs to be appreciation of women in both intimate as well as public spaces.
Thank you for that answer, Sethembile. And now, as we wind down this conversation, I'd like you to make some. We seem to have questions coming from the audience, so we'll be just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we are also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we are doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bushobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors, the different artists.
Sethembile, we're back with a question from the audience. How has your work been received? What is the difference in reception within institutions of higher learning and outside? Has there been a difference in reception? What is that difference?
Okay, so how is my work being received? I think pretty well. People tend to refer to the image of Chipungu, the day roads fell, to discuss various ideas around decolonization. And this is specifically within academia. I have featured in many publications, journals. The work has featured in, but not just that work specifically, also the works prior to that series, which was the Public Holiday series, and my current work as well. And outside of institutions, I think on social media, a lot of people tend to be drawn to the work, and I have lots of engagement in my inboxes usually with regards to the work. But I also show at exhibitions and in museums and festivals and talks as well. I get invited a lot because of that work specifically. So yeah, I think it's been very well received.
Thank you. Is there a difference in reception? Do you find that people in academia receive it a certain way as opposed to, say, people on social media, like you mentioned?
Yeah, so in academia, people try and call it the roads work, which really it isn't. I think in decolonizing, if we're going to be talking about decolonization, we should not focus on the colonial. So the work is called Chipungu, the day roads fell, but people tend to still call it the roads work or the roads must fall work. So in academia, I think a lot of people kind of use it as a mark of decolonization, and they sometimes don't necessarily go into unpacking the work in itself. So looking at different threads within the work, they will tend to speak about, oh, she was wearing a leotard and stilettos. And that's as much as they will go into speaking about that work, and then they go into the ideas that they want to go through with regards to decolonization. And then on social media, people will ask things like, oh, how did it feel? You know, like what made you go out and do that? So there's more engagement on social media because people recognize the human element of it and not just necessarily the theory. So people want to know the psychology behind it, and people want to interact with me as the person who did the work. And people also sometimes get it very wrong and say, oh, that's you in the picture. And I'm like, no, it's not me. It's my body, but it is actually Chipungu, or it is Solitude, or Queen Nandi, or whoever else that I may be embodying in that moment. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Sethembile, for that conversation. That's all the time we have today. Thank you for your insights into about historical monuments, public spaces, and intimate spaces, and how the language around decolonization, like speakers before the session have mentioned, needs to be defined with a common understanding. This conversation has been of great value to our examination of mental health spaces, ancestry, and spirituality. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. So we're coming to the closing, slowly by slowly, we're coming to the closing of Hamwe Festival. And for this closing event, we wanted to invite poets and other artists, performing artists, to discuss with us on decolonization. You see that it has been the theme of the day. We talked about the importance of decolonizing health systems, mental health systems, treatment. We talked about it yesterday when we had the experts that supported the creation and adaptation of mental health treatment here in Rwanda by doing activities such as translating diagnostic tools and adapting therapy. So what we did is in the past few weeks, we shared this information with a group of 4 artists, 2 from Rwanda, 1 from Nigeria, and 1 from Morocco. We had 3 days of conversation around all these themes. Some about, yes, the technical aspects, some about the traditional medicines with Bitta that you saw earlier today. We also talked about the power of imagination and the importance that it has, though the role of the art and the importance of collaborating across sector, to imagine something else, to create something else, to communicate differently. So tonight, just before our real closing event, we're going to interact with these artists and see what they have made with all this information. The first of these artists is named Ukwezi. She's a Rwandan artist, but before, I'll have a conversation with her in a few seconds, but before, I would like her to go on stage and perform, and I'll join her on the performing stage, and we'll discuss with her. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Ingabire, but I like to go by the name of Ukwezi. She rose from a land measured in 6 feet. She rose from a land of non-continuation, of maggots nation, and of breath negation. It's a town of non-existence that went beyond Lucifer's throne. She rose. She dusted off figments of created and washed off particles of named. She ascended unto her Nzinga for Eve, unto her Miriam for Marilyn, unto her Mama Busim Shongo for every misguiding artistry she had slept on. She took on Fela and sorrily, married Jabu Kanyile knowingly. The applause she received so humbly, they conversed and then crowned these lotus lily, and so she rose. She rose and answered her call. She rose. Little had been said of her smoke-infused, alcohol-induced, and love-deprived self-hatred. In a mind that stank of blindness, she stayed on, climbing from a land measured in 6 feet. Through jealous fields, strenuous and togetherness, she climbed and rose to a land so dark, you're survived by your light. And light she had. Light she actuated, with light she guided, with light she guided, overstanding and understanding that goddess-like hers are dreams manifest. Uncontested she be, undefeated she be, the big bad tree, small axe she be, royalty she be, she rises as she be, she rose. Thank you. Another time, it's another day, another hour, and another minute. It's a second chance, a second time to give thanks that I walk this planet as an African. Now akurambere amajozi wame. Kumumura mu buhone mu kumishurira no kunyereka inzira nyakuraho rukara yagakwiriye gukiranukira mu kwikunda unakunda kwiyigisha kwiramira kwiramukira kuramukira kawe kwitekerereza iwe ngo ni mu Rwagasabo ngo ni mu Rwagasabo Edeni ya rukara iwe Edeni ya rukara rwabikwiye ni naho tureberaho ni naho tugenderaho ni naho yaturemye itahukira kugira ngo ni naho tureberaho ni naho tugenderaho ni naho yaturemye itahukira ubagararira ubusitani buherereye ubumuntu hawe bugira ubutoto bubobezi bwerekane ubutoni bwawe abato barebereho bakuru baratireho abo mungana bagendereho nabo maze uko kukuyogoza kamere ukwamagane yoboka umuco wiwawe wimenye gakondo sinabi oh ni nayo tureberaho ni nayo tugenderaho ni nayo yaturemye itumenyeraho tureberaho tugenderaho iyaturemye itumenyereho ingwekazi mu bitekerezo intambwe ku yindi ndimanda change for n'importe quoi n'importe qui akupa tembe ya pole pole bila bila ubanza unsobanukirwe taratibu tafadhali taratibu we cause I will learn you something say I will learn you something now I'll learn you something black is my choice today wo tubareberaho tubareberaho ayiweyeyeye tubagendera wigiye cyose inaho tureberaho inaho tugenderaho inawe yaturemye itangira ninaho tureberaho ninaho tugenderaho ninawe yaturemye irangiriza. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So nice to be with you. So I would like to talk to you a bit about the performance that would just happen. Do you want to talk to the audience, saying what does it mean for you?
Well, the song itself basically means to me that my paradise is where I was born. Meaning I don't have to be a copycat of anything. I don't have to try and be somebody else. My heaven, my paradise is exactly where I am. I don't know about where people go when they die. Nobody has come back to me and told me what they do, but I would like for my paradise to be exactly where I was born.
Thank you very much. Do you want to tell a bit to the audience about yourself, about how you explore different themes? I know that you've worked a lot talking about women mental health, about overcoming victimhood. There's a lot that you have said in your work about this. That would be wonderful to know a bit more about your work.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so first of all, I lived through victimhood most of my life. And then I realized most of it was really being caused by the fact that I was not finding myself in most places I was stepping into. Meaning I went into high school and everything was done by people that didn't look like me. I went into university, everything was discovered by people that did not look like me. Then I went into the corporate world and I had to be graced with an accent, you know, to get the respect. And then I realized that it was actually harming my mental health because I will be one person during the day and I will be another person in the evening, two-faced. And then eventually I gained the strength or the power. A few things happened in my life, obviously, that became catalysts to that, which I'm not going to go into in detail. However, a day came about when I realized, no, once I become Ukwezi, I embody an African woman who is confident in herself, who is in charge of her mental health. And so whatever that happens, whatever emotions that are happening from outside of me do not really have to control me. I control them, rather. Yeah.
That's wonderful to know that. And I would like to ask my last question, unfortunately. What is your main takeaway from this discussion on decolonizing mental health that we had?
My takeaway of decolonizing mental health is the fact that there is a lot of work that has to be done. There's a lot of work that has to be done, especially because I did tell you before that I love your name, and my children have culture.
My name is
Njonge Karangwa, and my children also have names like that, names that are cultural and that have a meaning and that tell them, listen, you're a Rwandan, and there's no running away. This is where you were born. So my takeaway is the fact that there's a whole lot of work to do because I simply always have to explain to people that my children's names are easy. You might ask why, but so many times people will be like, oh, and what's your son's name? And I say Mayuchi, but does he not have an easy name? And I'm like, whatever name would be easier. And all of these things, although we don't realize it, they really do affect our mental health. We still have a long way to go if I have to explain my identity to one such as I, because it means when I go for therapy, how am I going to be received? Yeah. Especially if I choose to look the way that I look. How will I be received? And will the service really be as good as it would have been had I walked in as Grace with my high heels and my pencil skirts and all that? You know, so we still have a long way to go. The fact that I still have to sit and mull over the therapist I'm going to see, and how is she going to receive me, and how is it going to work out for me, and is this really an African problem if I can't even find someone who identifies with who I am? So there's a long way to go, but bravo for starting it up.
Thank you for being part of it. I think it's really a joint effort. So this was Ukwezi Mugarago. And we're coming soon with other performances.
Thank you.
تقول الحفيدة اختلط علي الأمر لسنين، أراك تزيلين أسنانك تضعينها في كوب ماء كل ليلة، لكني أنا من كان يغرق مكانها. أردت أن أستغيث، لكن الفقاعات التي تخرج من فمي لم تكن تسهل الأمر علي. من أنت في هذه الحكاية؟ الجدة يا ترى أم الذئب؟ فأنا كلما تتبعت أثر المخالب المحفورة على ذاكرتي انتهيت إلى يديك. من أنت في هذه الحكاية؟ الجدة يا ترى أم الذئب؟ كلا، لم يكن الشتاء، بل كلماتك المختلطة بالرذاذ وهي تخرج من فمك الأدرد كعاصفة جليدية هي ما راكم في عظامي كل هذا البرد. بحثت عن منفذ للهروب، لكن أقرب واحد وجدته كان يؤدي إلى الكوابيس. دخلتها ولم أمانع، دخلتها أرتجف، وخرجت منها ببلل. لن أفهم أبدا لما كان يسبب لك كل ذلك الضيق. ألأنه كان يدفئ ليالي وكنت تريدينها باردة كالقبر؟ من أنت في هذه الحكاية؟ من أنت في هذه الحكاية؟ ومثل بقعة البلل على فراشي قضيت سنين طويلة من عمري أعرض خوفي للشمس كي تنهي أمره. تبخر أثر الخوف وبقيت رائحته قوية تحرق العين، كل عين. حاولت ولم أستطع، حاولت ولم أستطع، لم أستطع إخفاءه. كل من أخذته قدماه إلى حياتي استطاع شمه والهرب. ضلوا يهربون يا جدتي، ضلوا يهربون يا جدتي، وبقيت أنا ألقي عليك أنت وطقم أسنانك وقصصك المخيفة والحجارة المختبئة مكان عينيك باللون. الآن أخبريني بصدق، لما كان شاقا عليك إلى هذا الحد أن تحبيني ككل الجدات في القصص وحكايات ما قبل النوم؟ تلك الحكايات التي لم تقصيها علي أبدا. تقول الجدة: حين تكونين أماً يمسكونك من ذراعك التي توجع، وأنا كالأخطبوط بأكثر من ذراع كنت. في هذه القصة لم تكوني وحدك ترتجفين. مرت علي بعض الزلازل، أجل مرت علي بعض الزلازل، بسببها تخليت عن كل ما ظننته ثمينا وقويا ولا يعوض. كان الصوت قويا مثل ضربة في الرأس. قش السقف انتفض كأن وحوشا ترقص في الأعلى. سقوط السقف مسألة وقت. قلت: الآن والآن ستهبط القذيفة ويتشتت عش امرأة وحيدة قبل أن يأخذ زوجها كبيدق في لعبة شطرنج يتسلى بها بونابرت بين حربين. ترك في بطنها فكرة صغيرة ستكبر لتتحول إلى أمك. الآن سيقتلعون أذرعي بأكملها ويتركونني ككرة طين تتدحرج في هذا العالم دون هاوية. في تلك الأيام البعيدة لم يكن لدى الواحد منا ما يخفي، ولذلك بدت فكرة الخزانات بلا أيد كي تطرق بالنا. كنا نخبئ متاعنا في صندوق كبير يكفي 3 أطفال، وضعته خائفة هناك وأقفلت عليهم. خبأت المفتاح في صدري وأمسكت على مكانه بيدي. أردت أن أرفع عيني للسماء لأدعو، لكني كنت أعرف أن الحديد الذي يغطيها لن يسمح لصلاتي بالنفاذ. أغمضت عيني وقلت: لن يمسهم سوء، لن يمسهم سوء، لن يمسهم سوء، لن يمسهم سوء. بعد ساعات، ربما بعد أيام، فالوقت مسألة وقت أيضا، هدأ كل شيء. أخرجت المفتاح من صدري. لم أرد لتكة القفل أن ترعبهم، فأدخلته برفق وأنا أفتح وشوشت: لا تخافوا يا صغاري، لا تخافوا يا صغاري، لا تخافوا، لا تخافوا، لا تخافوا. تركت باب الصندوق يرتاح على الجدار وأخذت أقلب محتوياته كمن أضاع شيئا بالغ الضآلة. هززت الأول ثم الثاني ثم الثالث، هززت الأول ثم الثاني ثم الثالث، هززت الأول ثم الثاني ثم الثالث. صرخت: منذ اليوم سيصير بمقدور السماء أن تعيد مزاولة مهمتها كسماء، فاستيقظوا. منذ اليوم ستبكي الأرض ندما، الأرض التي دقت مساميرها في خطواتنا، سنمشي عليها إلى أن تنبت عشبا تحت أقدامنا. هيا انهضوا الآن، هيا انهضوا الآن، هيا انهضوا الآن، وإلا. ولم يكن يكفيني قلب واحد لأمتص كل هذا الرعب والخسارة، فصرت أخطبوطا ب3 قلوب، قلب لكل جثة. اكتشفت مبكرا أن الحب ليس مسألة قلب، فها أنا ب3، لكني فضلت أن يتحجر الحليب في صدري على أن أطعمه طفلتي الجائعة، أمك. الأمومة قادمة من مكان آخر، من مستعمرات نمل اهتدى إليها رجال قادمون من قارة بعيدة، محملين بصهارات معدنية صبوها بعناية في تلك الغيران. سمعت صوت دبيب في صدري تحول إلى استغاثة. انظري، انظري، هذه العروق النافرة في يدي، ترينها؟ هي أخاديد تلك الغيران الفارغة المنكوبة، وسأحملها معي للأبد. لا تسأليني عن الحب، لا تسأليني عن أي شيء، فالسؤال هو مسألة وقت أيضا. تقول الحفيدة: وفي هذا الغار، في هذا الظلام المطبق، كنت أنت وأمي وأنا ونساء كثيرات ذهبنا، وأخريات للأسف سيأتين.
Thank you. So this beautiful work was a poem called A Bedtime Story by Sukaina Habiballa. Sukaina is a poet of Moroccan origin. She's also she's writing fiction, drama. She has 4 poetry collections, 1 novel. She has been awarded many prizes, amongst which Floating Voices in Italy, the Nadine Shams Prize of Arab Screenwriter, and many others. Sukaina made us the honor to be one of the 4 poems in our workshop and in this collaboration about reflecting on colonial legacies in mental health system. And this poem, A Bedtime Story, talks about it imagines a conversation between a grandmother and a granddaughter linking colonization and postmodern depression, postpartum, depression. And I would really encourage you to go back on our YouTube channel and really listen to this very elaborate conversation. It's really beautiful, in addition to the beautiful voice. We indicated the translation in subtitle, but it's also there on, we'll put it on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much. So now, we're going to talk about another of our poets, of our 4 poets in this collaborative work. Her name is Iyanu Adibi. She's from Nigeria. She's a Nigerian-born writer and a performance poet. She's an artist interrogating and exploring social issues that affect the well-being of the individual and the society at large. She has the aim to inspire, foster, and advocate for positive and sustainable change. So Iyanu was a very active participant in our workshop and in our conversation. And right now, we're going to immediately see her work. And just after, we'll have a short conversation with her.
Hi, my name is Iyanu Adibi, and I am so excited to be part of Hamwe Festival 2020. My gratitude goes to University of Global Health Equity. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this really insightful and interesting, life-changing conversations we've been having about mental health and the colonialism in our mental health systems. I wrote this poem titled Mad because I wanted to interrogate the idea of Blackness and madness and how racism is fused so silently and intelligently into our mental health systems. I also want to encourage the mentally ill to look towards engaging African health systems that are healthy and that fits, taking the social, political, and cultural context of their lives into focus. I hope you enjoy Mad. I want to be free. I have the will to break loose, but I cannot see the chains. Mama says they are in my mind. Since the time of my fathers, we've used silence for survival. If at all we speak, it is with sudden laughter. And then we go back to being silent again. I know silence is a kind of shouting, but it is never loud enough to overcome violence. While we were learning to sharpen our tongues, you came with your guns, and some of us had to hold knives to our own necks so you could walk away without killing us. You call it suicide. I call it survival. You shut down the sun so we could have no light, so we could no longer see ourselves, so we could no longer love ourselves, so you could pretend we were blind, you with your big shiny eyes. How many times did you look at me? How many times did you see the face or hear the voice of the one you are trying to heal? You erased the social, political, and cultural context of my illness. You say you are helping me, but you are killing me. What kind of hypocrisy mixes psychiatry with racism? What kind of medicine poisons the sick? I know now how a girl sewing her tongue back into her mouth turns mental. I know how she's diagnosed with insanity. When she dares to speak up in the face of injustice, you call me mad. But this is more than madness. This is righteous anger. This is black joy as resistance. When I dance in the middle of your violence, you cannot see the grief. I turn my pain into poetry, disappear as trauma, reappear as grace. I am constantly shape-shifting to survive, my body a protest, yet wild with joy. You do not have words for it. You say, only a mad girl can hold so much sadness and salvation, so much sorrow and hope in one body, and then you call me mad. But who was I before you gave me a name? I am wind, earth, and fire. I am mountaintop. I am water and sky. The sun in your tsunami. The insanity that hinges your sanity. I am light walker and healer. I am oceans of language you cannot interpret. I am fire and chaos. On most days, my mind is a war zone. On most nights, I am mourning the casualties. Today, I praise this mind, this landmine body. Praise the beauty and brilliance of my blackness. Black is a kind of wonder. It is okay for me. My melanin is a kind of magic. It is glory for me. Africa is a kind of miracle. It is home for me. The people in my continent are continents themselves, but for so long, it was the sin of colonialism we wore so righteously on our skins. Our brothers and sisters have died. We too are dying, still alive, but with chains on our feet and mouths. Call us mad, call us anything. There is no greater madness than the colonial legacies in our minds. If all we remember about ourselves is slavery, how will we ever break the chains? We are kings, not slaves. Our crowns may be thorns, our thrones may be torn, but we are royalty. If we fold our hands, the continuous exploitation of our land is sure. Our feet and wings may be broken, but we must keep fighting until we take back what is ours. For decades, our eyes were pellet wounds, our mouths were open graves. Now we take back the black body, we wash the blood, lay claim to joy, take back our minds from the hands of the oppressor. We are no longer a wound, now a portal of light, no longer a grave, now a fountain of life. We are the open sky, the moon confronting the night, a whole new tale about redemption. This is not another poem about my mental illness and how hard it is to be depressed, African, woman. This is healing. This is affirmation. This is sitting gallantly in my power. I come from a village of self-healers, medicine men and caregivers. I am made of incense, incantations, and herbs. What illness can destroy me? This disease is only a pathway to healing. This is mending the broken. This is weaving psalms from my tired palms. This is Pentecost. This is wearing my heart and heritage on my sleeves. Even when the colors do not match, this is telling my own stories. This is demanding to be seen and heard. Call me mad, call me anything. What diagnosis can destroy me if I am descendant of a healing bloodline?
Wow. So this was the performance of Yani. She's going to join us for a short conversation. Yani, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hello, Njonge.
Hello, hello. Yani?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Njonge?
Hello.
Hi.
I can hear you well. Thank you very much for joining us. First, congratulations for this beautiful performance.
Thank you so much.
That were really, really moving and to reflect on into this poem that you wrote. Do you want to talk to us a bit about it?
Okay. I was inspired by the workshop we had earlier on about the colonialism in our mental health systems, and talking with all the speakers that were invited inspired me to research about colonialism, and it made me just feel like, how do we fight racism if racism is part of our mental health systems, you know? And mental health is such a pivotal thing in our lives, even in our economy, in every single aspect of our lives as Africans. So yeah, I decided to write this piece because I thought about the African before colonialism. The African man had it going. You know, we had our own mental health system. We had our health systems. We had our own different systems. And if we are going to look at other people and, you know, do what they're doing or copy them, we should try to make it better. You know, we should copy things that make us better, that help, you know. So it seems from what I've researched and I've understood that we're just copying everything hook, line, and sinker, even when it doesn't match our lives as Africans. So I wanted to write that piece to remind the African man and woman who is mentally ill that we already have our health systems, and we should focus on bettering them and using them for our own betterment.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we discussed that in the workshop. We had a discussion that I remember about the importance of traditional medicine and how mental health is something that, as it's intimate, it has some roots into our culture, and this conversation that we all need to have about mental health have to embody that. We talked about it a lot during during the festival. Actually, I was about to say today, but we talked about it yesterday and all the day before. And I wanted to know about what came out of that for you, of this part of the conversation. Your takeaway.
My greatest takeaways were put into the piece. I just mentioned that it helped me see that we have the capacity to heal ourselves. There's healing in our bloodline. I have spoken to quite a number of people who it's a matter of, it's a generational thing. When you see someone from an ancestry of healers and caretakers, this is something that is already in our culture. And so I hoped in that piece to just send a message to Africans that we are capable of taking care of each other. And so we should take care of each other, especially in this year, 2020. It has been a crazy one, you know. So it's important for us to take care of ourselves, to encourage each other, to just look out for each other and help each other heal. We don't have to go to hospitals. I know there are circumstances where it is important for someone having mental health challenges to visit a psychiatrist or go to, you know, but you don't always have to go to a hospital to find support and to find healing. You can find healing in your family, you can find healing with your friends, even in art and so on.
Absolutely, yeah, I think that's whole the point of Hamwe, about joining different sectors to create holistic health. And absolutely, as you said, there are circumstances where this more biomedical approach is necessary, but on the fact that psychosocial support, as you mentioned, can also have tremendous results, and this psychosocial support has to resonate with how the society is organized. Unfortunately, I would love to continue talking about this great experience we had together and this really amazing poem that you worked on, but our time is getting to the end. Just before we're closing this conversation, Yanu, I would like you to have the last word. What would you like our audience to really remember about this intervention, about your performance? We'll place it on our platforms, so I really encourage everybody to watch it again and listen to this very powerful message that you sent to us.
Well, I would like Africans to remember that we are able and we are capable to be all that we need to be for each other. we are not the negativity that has been told, the negative stories that has been told about us. We have the capacity to heal. We have the capacity to be better. We have the capacity to fight for our own rights and to win.
Thank you. And that's would be my main takeaway for this conversation. We have the capacity to win. Thank you very much for being with us on the second edition of Hamwe Festival. So now we are arriving at the final part of this session. The last performer for tonight is named Ngamije Eric Wanki, named very known by this name in Rwanda. He's an independent poet, spoken word artist, performer, actor. He's a blogger also. He's from Rwanda. He's exploring various formats for storytelling. His subjects touch on identity, individual and collective, power system. He's reflecting on societal dynamics. So there's an amazing scenography that is going on there. So I invite you to look at his work, and we'll discuss with him just after.
Grim thoughts on my mind 24/7. Still with a smile since 11. So many stars in my body and soul, some ain't even mine. It's the memory. My dreams are suffocate, running in dark matter. Multiple near deaths and clears, I know all about it. They say sleep apnea, but I know the body's traumatized. If I take you on a journey of becoming me, you say, oh, it's traumatized. But you know about being diagnosed by a sick society and who seeks clarity. This reality created a monster that even nightmare can deal with. I'm a walking time bomb, every step is a warning. Mess with my calm and know who we left is the morning. Ash to ash, dust to dust. Especially when your life is a bonus, 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 bonus. Look how many wars have been fought in. Wars that weren't even ours, but we got forced in. We thought we could reap the benefits. Part of we was just a part. Now we parlay at the death to keep the memory alive. Got a sense of guilt every time I party more than 265. Cause we gotta keep 100 for days. Know what I mean? Death got a way of teaching wonderful ways. Bakamoyo, I saw the chains of the slave trade by the seashore. I felt the agony of my ancestors through the waves of the seaboard. Boko. Boko. The year is 2020, my son death is in pain. He already got acquainted to the feelings my classic chains. At only 9, he's being tortured for asking why he can't speak free. Deep inside, I know this runs deeper than he speeches and reads. At the same time, they understand the meaning of hold and stand up by the leash. Modern shit was every hierarchy. Honor and consciousness. I'm tired of this shit. Kiboko. Tool invested by colonials to keep subjects in line. Systemic black crime. Get instigated by evil white who need life. Planet of crack, cocaine, Mary Jane. Cycles of pain. Heavy duty. Minimum wage expectation is excellence. Hematoma people with it okay. Body in coma, but we dream token. It's us. We turn war into poetry. Combat into choreography. This is trauma emotion. This is what destroyed my emotion. Motherfuckers, your quote fuckers got us into this madness. Now you can't even act like you care about our sadness. This art right here is expression. It's the extension of our art. It's a blue parlay, the problem before we die in a car. My soul left for sale for the car. Welcome your ancestors. Your ancestors are close than my ancestors. Now you're also welcome at my back. But you always want everything, don't you? The islands, right? Smart my sun, volcanic waters, land and ocean, stars and stars, fauna and flora, micro, gigabytes, all that stuff. These black hands built this world, and you dare call me lazy, don't you? When I don't take the box, you call me crazy, don't you? If hard pays work, if work hard pays, where's my check, goddammit? So you wanna hear about my pain, no? Does it turn you on? What do you gain? Entertainment, how you see? Look in my eyes. Do I look like I was born to entertain your fire? Entertain your kids, entertain your wives, entertain your daughters, entertain your page, your bullshit all day, all night. While you light up the magic pine, walk in my atmosphere. Push my head out the waters, I'm out of feeling, infinite fear. Pull me by my hair, suck me with your purpose. Tell me some more, tell me till I believe you said every time I breathe. Tell me no free will, call that baptizing. And when you name me, if I can spell it correct, I'm surprised. Or take the credit for my knowledge and innovation. Patent my ideas and your creation. I told you I'm just a savage, right? You're the same, right? I'm a living good until they stop me, right? Oh, how you hate this, but I can be careful, I hate. You don't want to pay it, you just want to take us to your age. Want the money and the time and space to heal. It's who it can save me. So I said, fuck you, deal, fuck the corrupt system. How come one of you wrote this book in 1,000 friends of us? You know, we cushion. Yeah, look good. But it's no one like you, no matter I. I'm not gonna take one of these people. I know you want to be dead on the ground. Sometimes I get high just so I can take a piece of the rain. And just so I can shit in your pots. Shit in your clocks. Your time clocks. Music without shit. Smoking without lights. Music with chain. Walking up the blocks. We not the rock stars before the electric guitars. We not the superstar. We're expecting big stars. Before the supernova, it's gonna be bright green for your eyes only. When you get colorblind, maybe you might see us clearly. Welcome. The wind is coming. Just like French and English both. I just not a poet, just a poet. I just don't compose. I expose. Fuck the bubbles. That's what I chose.
How do our differences of experiencing the world
Yeah. Inspiration overflowed too many lives in a single lifetime. Extra time and cycles took a ride in the hands of time. I'm 38 there dreaming what I could have imagined at 13. Cause I was too hungry to sleep, too busy getting pox on my skin, jiggers off my feet. 21 state of mind, forever young. Being responsible since 9 and still have fun. Dig the yard, slide in when rivers flow. Work hard, play hard till blisters blow. No bandage though, suck it in, sisters no. I was raised by kings, men and priestesses in exile. Who put us the code, we go by, we don't die, we multiply. Truth be told, truth is like gold. We just find it through fire. Man go fasha, man go fasha, jankumbe. Man go fasha, man go fasha, jankumbe. Man go fasha. I embody the best out of 2 great dynasties. Yin Yang Congo, majesty of a crested plain, mind of a general. Hotep, I'm a god on this water, not a dog on a boat. No more for sons or daughters, I'm on that dog on mojo. I go deeper, many struggle to estimate how long they go float. From the underground, I watch crown fight over paper crowns. It's always funny to somebody's a victim of paper crowd system. These that to find a way if you're pound of cops that get it. The path from slavery to royalty and bloody, it's bloody in it. Nature's in the pool, skin deep, no low T guaranteed. I know a couple things about power. If it's given now, it'll be taken after. It's extreme and between people suffer. I live where ex-freedom fighters fight freedom writers, but I got my ancestors with me. Listen. Man go fasha, man go fasha, jango big. Man go fasha, man go fasha, jango big. Man go fasha, man go fasha. I've been a little before the work I bastardized, before I got baptized, before I wasted my time gazing in the skies, before I gave Jesus the will without asking, yo, can you drive? How many goes to one in the system stand with the most high? I gotta bring back the culture. Ever since Christianity came on the wings of vultures, we've been zombies walking. We've been zombies, we never cannot spell right. Been walking dead through the souls, then I fell out of town, but still I carried on, trauma, then there's the don't feel safe at home. The nigga means he got Stockholm syndrome. I'm not a victim, that's just a symptom. Like Michael Jackson, I'm scared. Everybody knows. Who controls the media, controls the narrative? In this paper world, it's Caesar the one I rock with. Usar kokoro sori bisume zinando za teshurugomo koma karinga twambara imiringa tuteze baringa bumbura ingaji mu bugumo hamagazi ntaganzwa abashakamba akora kuri marengera turi sibika ruganza ganze binego rambika imitumba muraba mwandika ruraba rwambikanye n'abatandi twaje twambaye ivugo niyo ngiro byino nizazi niyo myitozo wakomye rutende arishura ijuru rende icumu rya rukara narishinguye uwitambika ndamutambikana ndagaswingi.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we were also exploring the role of culture. Really, our mission is to create an enabling environment for art in health to exist, and also a learning environment from this initiative to benefit as much as possible from the perspective of artists and other creatives to solve global health problems.
The arts have a critical role to play. We need to incorporate the arts in the training of doctors and in the professional development of doctors, because we want to make sure that healthcare will remain a profoundly human relation. So yes, the arts have a very important role to play in medical education.
abahanzi abanyabugeni bashobora kudufasha muri sensibilisation, imyumvire ikazamuka, bashobora kudufasha gukumira ibyerekeye n'ihezwa, noneho abahanzi bashobora no kudufasha mu kuvura. Umuntu iyo afite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe aba akeneye guhumurizwa n'ubuhanzi. Rimwe na rimwe naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, kuko ntekereza ko ari ikintu gishya muri iki gihugu, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekita yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije.
Basically, I'm telling my story as a person who suffered from depression. I want my work to talk to parents. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves.
My art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences, and I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me, and as a result, I'm also helping other people, and we're also, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension.
Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntago twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi, niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa no mu buzima busanzwe.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before, so this was more of a chance for me to share and open up with people that I believe are close to me, in a sense of closing a gap of not being stigmatized because of what I do or because of my behavior, which is very common with people who choose to take a career in art.
Good evening, welcome back to Hamwe Festival. I think I need a bit of sound. Okay, let's go on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, one key. What did we just see? Thank you very much for this amazing performance. Tell us more.
No, I have to thank you first. Most of the time people are scared of inviting me to their stages. Yeah, because
I wonder why.
Because they want to control you, and so they call me like I'm a loose cannon or something like that. So, the performance is just like, it's art, so if I explain it, I kill the magic at the same time. I think it's more about what people feel, and I'd like to go beyond the performance of words and give more layers to what the concept is about, Yeah. So this one, I performed in a coffin, because there's a thing in Rwanda we used to this saying, kugenda gufa umuntu gupfa ahagaze, like you're just like a walking dead person, So it's like thing that we're used to, so it's more like, how do we get out of there for me? Art has been doing it for me. I think I'm at the point where I feel like I really live a beautiful life. I'm happy where I am, the choices that I've made. It's a lot of risk, but at the same time, it's rewarding in the sense that finally, I know I can think and do something, without asking, without conforming to, what is there, who is thinking of what. I'm like, okay, this is what I have in mind. I want to do it. And I wake up, if the feeling is good, I do it. So I like that. Yeah, it's not something that I've explored a lot of media, a lot of jobs, forms and stuff. But the art is just like that thing where everything is allowed. You can do and say anything, Yeah.
And I'm going to talk, before this performance and before we entered into this collaboration, one reason that made us want to collaborate with you was some of the theme of that we're exploring about the role of art to give voices, and also the importance of identity are things that I think, to my opinion, at least you'll talk better about your work, you were exploring before. Do you want to talk to us about that a bit?
Yeah. So when I started, like I would say publishing poetry or writing per se, in form of like I'm going to write and publish on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. It was more about like, I had this detachment from, I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want people to associate my work with me. So actually that's where the pseudonym comes in. You're like, it's just going to be one key and people will never know, But over time, I'm like, okay, so I did this. Why can't I just embrace it and be like, yeah, this is my work, and be proud of it as well. I mean, there's criticism. There's also like, I have a few messages from kids like, yo, I just had my problem with my teacher at school because I used one of your music and it's controversial. I'm like, okay, that's good. Because then it starts a conversation and then you can listen to the other side. There's so many stories, and I've been telling my story in different ways. And I'm at the level where I want to help other people tell their stories. So that's why I did like mass poetry, which is like, I just go put a microphone and make beats on the phone and just see who comes through, And COVID interrupted it, but yeah, I realized there's really so much to say and people don't have the spaces for it. So what happens is that people, they keep it. And eventually at some point you can't hold it, things happen. And it's always like, where we are and who we are, how things explode because of the many years of piling up.
That's true. I really encourage the audience to look. As I think I saw it on your social media. Is it still there? This mass poetry project. It was really amazing to see that. I saw the one episode you did in. I think it was in Karongi.
It was in Karongi. It's the only one actually.
Ah, okay.
And, yeah.
Where people in the street start to and there is talent. It was amazing to see that. I really encourage everybody to go and see that on your platform. Do you want to tell a bit about which is your Instagram? Is @1key?
So Instagram is Eric, and then 1key. One is always with the digits.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can find it on our own platform. We tag him. So unfortunately, we're reaching to the end of the conversation. You're seeing the little signs from behind the scene. So I'd like just to talk about the workshop and these conversations that we had with academia. I think the mission of that we gave ourselves with Hamwe Festival is we believe that there's enormous knowledge that is coming from university and of people that have collected facts, analyzed facts, looked at what it does to people, and this is highly documented, but unfortunately it stays in the wall of university, in the wall of the clinical settings, which is kind of sad, because if this is not used by people, what's the purpose? Why are we investing in research? And Hamwe is what we call a public engagement project, and we try to engage on all those topics with artists. And I'd like to see what was your experience. So for this day, we have an enormous following on our social media and platform. What do you want to say to this audience about what we exchange, and also what's your main takeaway of the workshop? So there's 3 questions in one.
Yeah, I had a really, it was eye-opening. There was so many things that I learned that I had never, for example, my problem that I've been having living here, on the continent and trying to explore stuff, is that we hide information to the public. So there are some researchers, there are some documentation, but the problem is we always look at information as if it's polarized always, So that means if we give you access to that, you're going to do this. But why don't you just give it to me, then I decide for myself? So it feels like there's lack of trust in the people, in the sense that you don't think they can consume any information that is out there, but then you have the internet, So what I like about the workshop was that, first of all, it was not just based on one thing, we talk about Kemet, we want to talk about sensuality, we talked about so many things, so many layers, and this is so good because people look at us as Black people, they see like one thing, yeah? Like Black people, hard work and stuff like that. They just want to push on to, you know, you can play football, you can play basketball, you know, like just little things, but we are as multiple as the universe is itself, you know? And so in the workshop, that's something that I really connected with a lot of the teachers, you know, and also the fact that these are also material that are available that I didn't know were available, you know, like these presentations that still I go through and I'll read and it inspires me, you know, and it helped me push my boundaries, even these little things that I have in my head. And yeah, it was really, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So thank you for what you made of it with this beautiful performance, and we are continuing engaging on this topic. So we're going to slowly move to the closing of the festival of the second edition. It's been 5 days, I cannot believe it. So before doing that, I would like to thank the 6 people that have supported us during this project, Colonial Legacy. There is Roberta Timothy, there is Georgina, there is Dr. I will need some paper for my team. So thank you very much for all your engagement. Thank you to Ingrid Lafleur. And yes, we're moving to the next step.
We have a lot of work to do to decolonize mental health, to decolonize public health.
Social justice and mental health definitely go hand in hand, and critical that we put our advocacy around making sure and ensuring that we have access to quality mental health care for all who need it.
Mental health is not only the responsibility of the health sector, as you already said. Mental health concerns us all.
Art can provide various mental health benefits and serve as a very effective complementary tool to support the recovery of mental health patients.
We're bringing together artists and scientists and in a community-led project in a new way.
For being back on Hamwe Festival. So just before, we had a project called Colonial Legacies, where we had 4 artists that performed about different engagement from scholars that have worked on the topic of decolonization of mental health system from different angles. And I wanted to list the name of those people that have helped us. This is Dr. David Fakunle, there is Marie Bitta, there is Dr. Roberta Timothy, there is Dr. Georgina Chapotera, and there is Dr. Ingrid Lafleur. Thanks so much for those scholars that have shared their research and their experience with the 4 artists, and you saw what it brought. It was really beautiful. So now it's really the closing event. Before we talk about the different highlights, I would like to start by thanking our partners. We were supported by the Wellcome Trust, by the l'Ambassade de France Rwanda, by the French Institute, and by Hungart. So we have invited our main partner, the Wellcome Trust. The Wellcome Trust have supported in programming, communication, and so much, integrating so much of their research into this workshop, so into this festival, sorry. So Miranda is representing this institution. Miranda, are you here?
I am.
Hello, it's so nice to talk to you again.
Lovely to see you too. And congratulations on a fantastic event.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for making it possible with us. It was very much of a joint effort with your institution. So we're glad about that. So my first question would be about your main takeaways of what happened in the past 5 days. The different sessions, some you attended, some of your colleagues from the Wellcome Trust attended. So what did you experience with Hamwe Festival?
So it's been quite an experience, and thank you so much for including us. And I just want to say a big thank you to you for all you've done, and also to my colleagues at Wellcome, Danielle Olson, who's led for our team on coordinating and linking in relation to this festival. There's so much that stood out. I think partly what I've been really impressed by is how you have linked both the science and the creative arts and the social equity in such interesting ways. And I've certainly taken some real takeaways from that. I think for Wellcome, itself, as a partner with you, we're on our own journey towards decolonialization, and we know we've got a lot to learn. And I've personally learned a lot from the last few days around that. And there's lots for me to think about and challenge my own practices on. So that's what I'm going to take away from these days. I'm also going to spend some time looking at the sessions I missed on YouTube, so I catch up on the things that I missed. So thank you for making it accessible to us all.
Thank you very much. And I encourage everybody, that's true that it was a very dense 5 days, and we understand that not everybody had the opportunity to follow everything. Everything is on the YouTube channel of the University of Global Health Equity. So feel free to go back to the performances, the speakers. There's a lot of things that have been explored, said, debated. So please go back. But Miranda, one thing that I would like to talk about is this very thought-provoking approach that Wellcome Trust took to think about mental health and about these active ingredients. I think that in this festival, in another way, we're also looking at non-clinical approach. But do you want to talk a bit about that to our audience?
Yes, we're really committed to trying to understand the full range of things that may help people stop being held back by mental health problems. And in many ways, your festival absolutely inhabits the world that we want to inhabit, where we don't make a distinction between clinical and non-clinical, or what's provided in healthcare and what's self-care. We're interested in the active ingredients that might be either provided by a professional or by an individual or by a community, that might be about societal change and addressing inequalities or traumas at a societal level as much as addressing them at an individual level. So we're interested in the full panoply of ways of working with mental health problems, thinking about them not in terms of the current sort of brands or flavors of professionally provided therapies or medications, but including those in terms of thinking what are the active ingredients that make those things work for some people, but also make other things that are outside the healthcare system work for others. And just to say, we will be launching another commission for scientists who are going to help us look at the range of interventions and preventions that are out there, probably around March of next year. So if there are any scientists looking who would be interested in that commission, please bear in mind that will be looking at existing literature to try and help us understand what works for whom in what context.
I'm very much looking forward to that. So the rendezvous is in March. Thank you very much. And one thing that we should not forget is, like, we are in a time of a global pandemic. That's why we are fully online this year. We really miss our audience, but we're really happy to see you interacting with us on social media and to see all the viewers on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much. So I would like also, we had a very, very great session with you and your colleagues, Grace Katera and the colleagues from Flying Objects, about this interaction in time of COVID. I think that some countries are going back in confinement, and there was a lot of takeaways of practices that people have used to make this time of isolation a bit more easy, if I could use that word.
Completely. And it ranged from people coming together as communities to support each other, through to taking exercises or relaxing or interacting with nature or doing creative activities. And one of the things that we learned from that project is the variety of ways that different people found, that it wasn't one size fits all. It is about finding what's right for you within your community.
Thank you very much. I really encourage people to go back and see these sessions. There's a lot of things that we could all apply in our lives. And unfortunately, it's the end of our conversation, Miranda. Do you want to tell a bit about Mindscape? Hamwe is part of the Mindscape effort that Wellcome is developing.
Yes, we're really proud to be partnering with you on this. My colleague Daniel Olsen leads this fantastic project, which is bringing together a community of sort of the culturally engaged to look at different ways of understanding mental health, sort of provocations, not just about how we understand what causes mental health, but also what helps support people and how we even talk about it. And they're looking at a range of geographical areas, ranging from Japan to places in India, where they're going to be holding cultural events, of which, in a way, Hamwe is part of that family of events. So please look out for other examples. There was a wonderful example here in Hamwe around looking at parks and how people use parks and soundscapes. And we're also really excited to announce that we'll definitely be partnering with Hamwe again next year. So we're really looking forward to continuing this partnership going forward.
Same here. We're really looking forward to continue work together. And as you mentioned, Danielle, I want to thank the Welcome team that have worked with us all the way through in the past few months. There is Danielle, there is Abby, there is Joe, there is Kate, there is Grace Katera that is based here in Rwanda. So thank you all, and thank you to you, Miranda. Thank you to Ken, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
And stay tuned. There's some more performances, some more intervention. Bye-bye. Is there a video? This is Miranda. This was Miranda from the Welcome Trust, our great support and partner on this second edition of Hamwe Festival. So we're going to look at a short video and then we'll discuss with Professor Agnes Binagwao, the Vice Chancellor of UGHE. She will talk to us about why UGHE is investing in this type of project of engaging public about mental health and social justice with the arts. And yeah. We'll come back soon.
Experiencing the world, whether it is through lives led with certain kinds of abilities or disabilities, certain kinds of conditions, how does that impact the arts practice itself?
I believe that music helps us connect with parts of ourselves and process and hold space for some challenging emotions and challenging experiences.
Parks are vital infrastructure for mental health, for climate change, for just social gatherings.
Sometimes the art can say more than what the word can say.
How do
It's the second edition of Hamwe Festival. We are closing the event and wanted to have some last conversations with you. It's been 5 days of exchange, debate, performance. We've had a lot of beautiful exchange with creative researchers, clinicians about various topics, from engaging with the arts in time of a pandemic to the role of culture in building a mental health system. So I really encourage you to go and see what you couldn't attend. We are keeping the content on our YouTube channel for the next few days. Then I also wanted to give a big thank you to our partner. You just heard Miranda Wolpert from the Welcome Trust that have supported us in programming, and we worked together in the past few months to prepare this event for you. We also thank the French Embassy in Rwanda, the French Institutes, and Garth that have been great support and partners. And there is the partners, but there is also the team. There's a great effort that has been done within UGHE, all the departments, all the team. So I'm going to say some names now. If I forget anybody, I really apologize. But I think it's a good time to do it. Generally, we do that at the end of events, and then suddenly we catch up on time. So, but the team is very important. So there is Pepita, Noela, Amandine, Marie-Merci, Nganji, Henri, Sarah, Ines, Merci, Shema. There is Christian. There is Sandra. There is also Hannah, Brianna, Kedes, Mona Lisa, Clément, Nick, Innocent, Amina, Fidel, and many others. I want also to thank Rogers, Jean d'Amour, and many, Patrick, Octave. All of those have worked tirelessly to create this event for you. And also the leadership of the university that is going to be represented by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Agnes Binagwao. Professor, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. I was on mute.
Yes, so we're closing. We're closing, and I'm glad that we have you for this session. This was a great adventure that we had together within UGHE with our teams and our partners. I wanted to have a few words of you about your own Hamwe experience. What did you learn? What did you enjoy? How was it for you the past 5 days?
So first of all, it was beautiful because congratulations. It was well done, well managed, lovely to look at, and so interesting to listen to. I'm sure that everybody learns a lot, because even when you work in the field, what is not my case, but even for those who work in the field, they learn a lot about what others are doing. So it was really a great 5 days of exchange of experience, knowledge, know-how, and networking, because this has, I know already some of the experts who have talked to connect with others to start doing research together across continents. So for me, it's really successful. I'm talking about the researcher, but I could talk about the artists who want to work together to exchange. So it was really a great experience. And I remember during the opening, when I was saying that we are not together like for the first Hamwe Festival, but we commit to give you an experience that is as intense and as diverse. I think we made it even beyond expectation.
Indeed, there was a lot of participation, a lot of exchange on the social media, a lot of conversation, and I think that's something that we're really proud of. Hamwe became a platform where projects that give birth to projects either within the UGHE and outside the UGHE, with some of our partners that are starting to collaborate together. This is really beautiful, because what we want is to push the conversation about mental health with us, among us, everywhere. Everywhere people should talk about mental health and social justice to improve systems, to improve the life of others. So that's was actually my next question. What's next? Why and why UGHE is investing in this type of bridges across sector?
So UGHE, first of all, invest in art and health. And this will continue yearly. And it told us what the creative industry can do to support the medical field, the clinical field, and also to develop health and wellness of the people around the world. So this is something that is going to be annually. But I think that we should start thinking about on top of the annual festival, to dig a little bit more in this surface of mental health and heart that we have done during those 5 days that are closing now. Just because I have the feeling we just scratched the surface of what we can all do together. And when we know the number of people who have mental health issues, mild ones, serious one, or just not being well in the society, and this can help. And I remember, and I love the session I moderate with Professor Jill Bennett on Big Anxiety, a festival she held every year in Australia, and that work to reimagine mental health care and treatment, and also how the tools she invents can help people to feel better in their community. It's not only for care and treatment, it's also to reinforce and to strengthen the wellness of the people in their community. And all those need to be explored more together. And this global, because people came from really all over the world, this global platform that was so lively during 5 days, I think need to be used more, deepen the discussion, and connect people a little bit more. So, something we should think about. I love the fact that the modern technology, like creating a virtual world to help people to fight their
suicidal ideas as much as the traditional of more than 2,000 years techniques can come together and dialogue how it can serve all of us for better mental health. So platform, yes, it's exactly why Hamwe was created at UGHE, yes. It's for general health and we will continue to do that, yes. But we should also, I believe, think how we can dig a little bit more in this area that concerns so many people on Earth.
Absolutely. And very soon we will continue discussing with our audience about our research agenda on all those topics. We are planning to explore more on all those sessions. So continue to engage on what has been interesting for you and what you learned, because all of those sessions are supposed to continue. We're continuing the conversation. Hamwe should exist beyond those 5 days. So definitely next year it's going to be mid-November, but in between there would be conversations online, if possible one day in person, and involving this great network that we have created. So I will give you the last words about your Hamwe experience, your hopes regarding this, and then we'll move to the rest of the program. And thank you for being with us, Professor Binagwaho.
Oh, I think that Hamwe also had give us at UGHE the opportunity to strengthen partnership we have with Wellcome Trust, and it will grow. It also have make a stronger the partnership we have with the Rwandan government, who was along with us all along those 5 days. We had the opening with the Honorable Minister of Youth and Culture, Rosemary Mbabazi. We had the second day, the Minister of State in charge of primary healthcare, Dr. Tassis Hunga. The Minister of Health will be with us as well. We had also the head of RBC, Dr. Sabin, and also the Director of Clinical Services inside the ministry, showing the importance of using the art as not a replacement, but as a complement to all what we do. And also the need to dig in our own culture to see what we have missed through the colonial period, post-colonial period, where it was taboo to talk about mental health, etc. And I want also to say that this is a complement of the research we are doing at UGHE for depression in children, where we are partnering with the Ministry of Health to identify the children at school who suffer from transgenerational trauma and allow them to get access to clinical services, etc. So there is a lot to do. There is a lot ongoing. I want to thank all Wellcome Trust as well and the government of Rwanda, but I want to really applaud all the artists who have so beautifully performed all along those 5 days, and also all the experts in global health that have exchanged. It was so important, so diverse, so complementary. Even we are going to look again to those to YouTube to really get the entire everything that has been said during those 5 days. It was so intense that we didn't capture everything.
Indeed, it was a very dense program, but that's the beauty of YouTube. You can watch it, rewatch it, and watch it again. We had the privilege to have people coming from more than 20 countries. We had beautiful performances. I would just name Kaya, one key that just amazed us. There was people from Morocco, Sukaina, that made a beautiful poem about the link between decolonization and postpartum depression. We had Salva. We had so many people, and we thanks people for their great spirits and participation in this young festival, but we're planning to last. Dr. Binagwaho, thank you very much. I'm going to say goodbye to you. Stay tuned. There is so much that is coming. So much. There is a little bit. It's the last day. Have a good evening, and I hope that you will continue engaging with us on Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube. That's where the festival is broadcasted.
Count on me.
Very much.
Bye-bye.
I count on you. Bye-bye. So as it was announced, the government of Rwanda has been a great partner of Hamwe Festival since its creation last year, making it possible. We mentioned the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, but I would like also to recognize the University of Rwanda. So many people have collaborated with us, exchanged with the artists, exchanged with us, allowed us to interact with their research. So I would like to thank this institution for being a great collaborator on this public engagement project. So as it was mentioned by Professor Binagwao, our guest of honor for tonight is the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Daniel Ngamije. So he's going to speak now. The video is on. Thank you.
I'm pleased to be with all colleagues attending this Hamwe Festival. It's an honor for the Minister of Health to contribute to this festival, especially to address the issue of mental health disorders. The health sector and other disciplines such as education, creativity, and others can serve to resolve different mental disorders by creativity that is founded among young people who are involved in. They use their talent to generate and to express their emotions and feelings. And we believe that this is one of the ways that we can address some of mental health disorders in addition to traditional ways of doing it through mental health department in our health systems. The culture can serve in one another way to assist us in handling mental disorders, in understanding root causes of mental disorders, in engaging families and communities to address or to assist victims or people suffering for mental disorders. Culture helps also to bring a kind of innovation in understanding that mental disorders, it's not only for different countries. Anyone, any age can be victim of mental disorder. We believe that having that mindset of understanding that mental disorder, it's not only what we used to call in Kinyarwanda gusara, but it can be also other kind of troubles in the body, in the mental, in thinking that can affect our population. The way we collaborate with other sectors in addressing mental disorders is critical, because we need to, as a health sector, to interact with the Ministry of Education. We need to interact with justice. We need to interact with sectors in charge of good governances. We need also to interact with sectors in charge of families, because different parameters can lead to mental disorders, especially in this time with COVID-19. We had school closed for a long time. We had jobs. We have people who lost their jobs. A kind of uncertainty was around for most of us, and this can bring mental disorders. So to address it, we need to be in intersectoriality model to ensure that we put together our efforts to contain or to address this issue of mental health. The way the public can be engaged to prevent mental disorders, it's also very critical, because you might see that among different causes of mental disorder, especially among youth, you might find that youth can be victims of mental disorders in the settings where they are learning at school. Social media, they can also be a channel to bring a lot of mental disorders. There's some harassment through social media. We can also find that individual background of people, we are not coming with the same background. So this also can contribute to exaggerate or to bring to bring a lot of symptoms for mental disorders. I think we need to engage the community to make sure that all these factors, including the use of, the abuse of some substances like alcohol, drugs, this can also generate a lot of mental disorders. So engaging the entire community for the prevention of these mental disorders is our responsibility, all of us. We as leaders in health sector, leaders in education, leaders in different sectors, we should put our effort together to avoid that different factors are just behind, can contribute to the increase of incidence of mental disorders. Working together, talking with youth, being in this framework like Hamwe Festival, where we are clearly, openly talking what can generate this mental disorder, is one of the ways of contributing to demystify this disease, because anyone can suffer it and anyone can be in need of support from the entire community. I thank you so much.
Contribution. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your contribution. Thank you very much for your support and for reminding us that mental illness is at a pandemic also. There is a global mental health crisis. This conversation is absolutely necessary, and we are glad as UGHE with Hamwe Festival to be part of it. We've built this platform where people have interacted and shared experience and perspective from all over the world. And as you know, unfortunately, it's the closing event. After 5 days of conversation, we are slowly getting to the end. And I would like to invite someone that has been very important for Hamwe Festival this year, that have guided the conversation, that have accompanied the different guests. So Calene, would you like to join? I'm trying to collect people's Hamwe's experience. And we know you here as an MC, but there is also different facet of you that we don't know yet, and you're a writer. So my first question to you would be, how was your Hamwe experience?
So my Hamwe experience was amazing. It's really important that we host this conversation, because sometimes the space of creative is very different from the scientific side of our work. So I work in global health, I work in philanthropy, I'm also a writer, so I'm multifaceted, as you just said, but sometimes we lack that connection between the conversations. People work differently and separately, and sometimes there's a lot of impact that is lost in the process. So this was really great to see this inspiration, the team, the expert, the artists connecting the dots, but not only for the Hamwe Festival, but for the entire world. Because once we set these platforms, we start the conversation, and we never know where conversation are going to end. So it was a great honor and pleasure for me to really be part of the conversation, have amazing panelists discussing themes that I was not even very much aware of and familiar with. So it was a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was really nice to have your contributions and to have you facilitate conversations and be such a great person to interact with all of our guests. You did a wonderful job. It was really great. Do you want to tell us about your experience as a writer, as a creative? What did it do for you? What's your experience as an artist did it do for you in terms of in the context of this conversation of mental health and well-being?
Thank you. So I started writing a long time ago, and actually my first novel that was published in France, it's called L'Oncle Gynécologue. It was a love story at the basis, but I didn't realize that I was talking about gender violence and the issue of rape. So when I wrote the story, it was mainly a love story for me, as a writer who loves romance. But when people read the book, that's the theme that resonated with them. And I realized that my writing is just beyond creative. It's also a tool of advocacy. And I've been using it on platform to really talk about issues that affect especially like Black and African women, because I'm one. And my upcoming novel that will be published on December 7 is also exploring the same theme, cultural themes that are affecting the Black woman and also the professional woman. And what are the elements that affect her personal life when she's thriving in a professional environment? And how do you open conversation for more women and men and children and youth to I feel like they have a say to really create the lives that they want, but also thrive at those lives. So yeah, I use the creative energy to draw attention to the conversation that we should be having, and I hope people will be enjoying my writing, from now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so great to know more about you, and I'm so admirative that for all that you do with your work in global health, your writing work and everything. It's really amazing, and thank you for having been with us. Now that's really the final event. So we have the honor to close the festival with a great Rwandan artist that is named Samuel Kamanzi. Samuel has been both playing on national and international scenes. He chose to pursue his passion for music, as he was fortunate enough to work on various music projects related to theater, contemporary dance, documentary film, and others. Since 2012, he was based in Paris. We're very lucky now to have him back in Rwanda. And during his time in Paris, he worked with renowned artists as big as Lokwa Kanza and Gael Faye. So Samuel holds a master's degree in music and performing arts administration that he gets from, and also a bachelor in business administration. And over the years, he developed his own music project. And tonight, we are very, very honored to have some excerpt of his first solo project that is called Dunia. So I'm gonna stop with words and give the floor to Samuel and say enjoy this last creative moment of Hamwe Festival. Thank you for being with us. Thanks to our teams, our audience, and to our partners.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we were also exploring the role of culture. Really, our mission is to create an enabling environment for art in health to exist, and also a learning environment from this initiative to benefit as much as possible from the perspective of artists and other creatives to solve global health problems.
The arts have a critical role to play. We need to incorporate the arts in the training of doctors and in the professional development of doctors, because we want to make sure that healthcare will remain a profoundly human relation. So yes, the arts have a very important role to play in medical education.
abahanzi abanyabugeni bashobora kudufasha muri sensibilisation, imyumvire ikazamuka, bashobora kudufasha gukumira ibyerekeye n'ihezwa, noneho abahanzi bashobora no kudufasha mu kuvura. Umuntu yo afite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe aba akeneye guhumurizwa n'ubuhanzi rimwe na rimwe. Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, kuko ntekereza ko ari ikintu gishya muri iki gihugu, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije.
Basically, I'm telling my story as a person who suffered from depression. I want my work to talk to parents. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves.
My art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences. And I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me. And as a result, I'm also helping other people. And we're also, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension.
Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntago twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi, niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa no mu buzima busanzwe.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before, so this was more of a chance for me to share and open up with people that I believe are close to me, in a sense of closing a gap of not being stigmatized because of what I do or because of my behavior, which is very common with people who choose to take a career in art.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here for Hamwe Festival and also, being part of the conversation between mental health and art. My name is Samuel Kamanzi. I'm here to present a few songs about my album called Dunia, and I'll be performing with a dear friend of mine called Gratuit at the bass, and I hope we will enjoy the journey. Thank you. The first song I'm going to perform is called Dunia. Dunia is much more about, having the freedom. It's claiming the freedom of being who you are, that freedom of just, agree about something or disagree about something. So that's basically what's about, mainly the song that I'm going to perform called Dunia.
Tegemea marafiki na familia wako, ukiwa na maswali ndo hiyo ujibu la upole. Ndo hiyo ujibu la upole. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, uhuru ndo rahisi. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, uhuru ndo rahisi. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi. Sielewe kwa nini mumenifunga na maumivu nateseka, nataka wajulisha moyoni nimechoka. Ndio leo hiyo freedom naitaka, nitapigana sitarudi nyuma, nitajikaza ni mali kubwa, uhuru pote dunia. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, uhuru ndo rahisi. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, uhuru ndo rahisi. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, tuelewane wandugu wapenzi, uhuru ndo rahisi. Tuelewane wandugu wapenzi. Mapendo ndo rahisi, uhuru pote dunia. Amani ni kweli mbali, maisha ni zawadi. Ni zawadi.
The next song that I'm going to perform, it's called Rafiki. Rafiki in Swahili. Even Dunia, the first one, it's still in Swahili. Swahili is very dear to me since I am Rwandan and Congolese, so it's mostly one of the main languages to speak here in the region, in the Great Lake region. So Rafiki, it's mostly about friendship, you know, and the song is more to share with people how important we need each other, how it's definitely important, especially when you need to face adversity, when you're facing a lot of challenges. We need each other, you know, to overcome all of that. That's what it's mostly about, Rafiki, that I'm going to perform.
Ukitaka kunifata sasa hivi, kimbia mbio ujikaze, ni mulima kweli, lakini usirudi nyuma, angalia tu mbele, kule bonde maji inajaa. Wanasema tuna mtu njia yake, kila mtu peke yake, tuunganishe macho yetu ni furaha. Aya, aya, aya. Tuna mtu njia yake, kila mtu peke yake, tuunganishe macho yetu ni furaha. Aya, aya, aya. Oh. Usiku umefika, tupumzike. Kesho na tena kesho, ukitaka dunia ile utaiona ile ile, dunia ile utaiona ile ile, lakini usirudi nyuma, angalia tu mbele, kule bonde maji inajaa. Wanasema tuna mtu njia yake, kila mtu peke yake, tuunganishe macho yetu ni furaha. Aya, aya, aya. Tuna mtu njia yake, kila mtu peke yake, tuunganishe macho yetu ni furaha. Aya, aya, aya. Oh.
The next song, it's called Mbese Muraho, in Kinyarwanda, which means How are you? How are you good? Are you doing fine? And this song is quite dear to me because this song was part of a project that I was in called Ngwinubeho, a project for the commemoration about what happened in our country in Rwanda, the genocide against the Tutsi. And basically the song tells a story about a young kid, a survivor who is talking to his parents who are somewhere in heaven, and he's asking them, where you are you doing fine? Because me, where I am now, I'm getting well. I've chosen to forgive, and I've chosen to live, and I've chosen to continue your legacy here. So that's what basically it's about, the song Mbese Muraho. Enjoy. Mama wajua nilitembea sana na maisha niliyoyaendea. Leo mimi napanguza machozi, leo nimeandika maisha mapya yaja upendo la tumaini, ili moyo wako usijute. Data singiti nyukundi, data singiti nyukundi, na isemwe imbabazi n'ubuzima umurage wabura nkurikira kugira ngo komeze ubeho, kugira ngo usubizwe icyubahiro. Mbese iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbese iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbese muraho, mbese iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbese iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbese muraho. Ilele, 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 niambie mama kama ungali unaamka mapema kila siku, eshauri urabibazi kera, eshauri imbi z'abayuruheti, siku zote ninasikia kelele ya cheko lako. Esi lino jina nyongoreza buli munsi, ikugeza makuru yanje, ziko bimeze neza kila siku nalika mbingu ili nijue kuwa nanyi wazimani. Ilele, ilele, ilele. Mbesa iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbesa iwanyu, mbese muraho, mbese muraho,
mbese muraho mbese aho iwanyu mbese muraho mbese muraho mbese muraho mbese muraho mbese muraho mbese muraho.
The next song, it's called Melodies Within Our Heart. It's a song that reflects the strength of all the women that we have in our life. And especially, it's the melodies that we don't hear, those melodies that happen mostly inside our heart that we may not consider, but those melodies that make that woman that strong. It's also a celebration about our African women.
Tropical climate, regardless how hard it gets, she waits for me. She might seem like she's not watching and caring. She's wanting you to know that she's waiting and praying. Nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sings her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sings her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Inside, all she can feel are burning sensations. She won't cry, she won't be overthrown by her emotions. She can only wait a little down, which is unseen. She'll let you in, if only you stay in. Nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sings her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sings her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Yende nazako yebelao mwasi kitoko yende mwasi kitoko yende African, she's African, black and beautiful, above all, fighter, fighter, fighter. She's African, black and beautiful, above all, fighter, fighter, fighter. She's African, black and beautiful, above all, fighter, fighter, fighter. She's African, black and beautiful, above all, fighter, fighter. Oh, nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sees her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Nothing breaks her, nothing shakes her. She fights for the unborn, she sees her dreams out. You've got to know her, to talk about her. Oh. The next song that I'm going to perform, the last also, it's called Nyirabisabo. It's a traditional one. It's like a name for us here in Rwanda. And I wanted to pay a tribute to the great Sebatunzi Joseph. Yeah, enjoy. Kanzani ndi mwana wa mama, yeah. Zaninzo kanzani ndi mwana wa mama, yeah, yeah. Zaninzo kanzani ndi mwana wa mama, tusiture machari waruzacho urwase muzikura nza musaringa hasainga ndabiziga matinararaye, yeah. yaramumpereje murakoze w'umutima yaramumpereje mutezi w'inkarago yaramumpereje mwene rusake yaramumpaye uramumumariye ga mwana wa mama nsindira ibyoba n'ibyiyumviza katabuza n'ingendo nziza mumbe mugabowe simvumbura urugamba mumbe mugabowe tavumba mu kanya mumbe mugabowe katabuza n'ingendo nziza mwana wa mama Uhorana amahoro sena ya nyagasani ingendo nziza kandi mbega ndamuzi mwiruka bumurimba mwana wa mama mwirukira intabaza mwana wa mama mwirukira ikibaye mwana wa mama mwimanzi mumwirimba mbe mugabore sani inzoga nzani yindi mwana wa mama tuziture macyari uwaruvuza cyuko ase muzikora nzamusare azayimpadarizi gamanzi nararaye sani inzoga nzani yindi mwana wa mama tuziture macyari uwaruvuza cyuko ase muzikora nzamusare azayimpadarizi gamanzi nararaye Zani inzoga nzani indi mwana wa mama Zani inzoga nzani indi mwana wa mama Zani inzoga nzani indi mwana wa mama Zani inzoga nzani indi mwana wa mama
Thank you very much. We have a lot of work to do to decolonize mental health, to decolonize public health.
Social justice and mental health definitely go hand in hand, and critical that we put our advocacy around making sure and ensuring that we have access to quality mental health care for all who need it.
Mental health is not only the responsibility of the health sector, as you already said. Mental health concerns us all.
Art can provide various mental health benefits and serve as a very effective complementary tool to support the recovery of mental health patients.
We're bringing together artists and scientists and in a community-led project in a new way.